All right, it's me.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the stream. I am Razim, and this is Age of Wonders 4. So, you're probably going to hear Rygon and Taldarius talking a lot about their game because they are doing some Total War Warhammer, which you can go see over on Rygon Plays. I am having a very difficult time right now with these with the AI. Very difficult. Because we are at war
See,
with everybody.
I took the easy path there. I made 3 really powerful armies, and then I just went around bashing their heads in one by one and razing all their cities. It just took
Yeah,
to
You
making
better,
that until I could do it.
you better win, Zim. I got money writings on ya.
Oh, you are losing all of your money.
Zoroark
I ain't gonna be the only
720
thing
Jen
losing
with
some.
100 eggy bitties.
Hey,
Thank you for the biddies, Zoro. That one always makes me cringe.
But yeah, I do actually need the mod list. My copium has run out.
great. Glad we went to the trouble to figure that one out.
No. Okay, so the thing is that you need to have it up anyways.
Yes.
Like, all you need to do is send me like a screenshot of the mod list.
Here, I'll just make the collection, or at least I'll try to figure out how, and then we can go from there.
Yeah. I mean, that'll be the easiest in the long term in case you find any more you want to add in the future or something. The way that you do that is you go into the workshop, and then you are able to make yourself a collection by browsing collections and the home browse discussions about. Then click create collection, give it a title, yada yada yada, and then put all your mods in there. And then you can send me a link to that collection. I can click a button, all of it downloads, and then we're synced.
Okay.
Zoro, I don't think that Taldarius has my chat up, so...
No, I do. I just wasn't looking at it.
Oh.
How does Shade feel about being thrown? Well, first of all, I can't think of someone who would like being thrown. Like, in what circumstances would someone enjoy being thrown
Oh
around?
my gosh, not this joke
I don't
again.
know. I enjoyed being thrown around when I was a kid, and my dad would like throw me on the bed.
Wait, your dad threw you on the bed? Mine threw me into a pile
Yeah.
of Legos.
To be fair, I threw myself into piles of Legos.
Both my dad and my
Yes.
stepdad did that, actually.
You probably should have picked up your Legos.
I was. And they threw me into the box of them.
Oh shit!
Because
So
they
how
did.
how do I make
Or at least the stepdad did.
Mm-hmm.
He thought
Okay.
I was playing with them, even though I was putting them all away, and threw me into... Anyways.
I'm sorry, man.
Tragic backstory! This is why I don't really play characters with tragic backstories, because I lived through one.
No,
I just play
sad.
characters that have a different tragic backstory than me.
I give
I-
people
I-
tragic backstories.
I was about to say, like, look, I already have a tragic backstory. Why wouldn't I want to have, like, the other flavors and then play around with those?
Would you stop destroying my provinces?
Hand of justice!
No, Love Broken! Okay, I'll send you your pack.
So how do I make a collection?
Okay, so you just go to your library, click on the game. On
Okay.
the bar where it's store page DLC community hub, go all the way over to workshop, click that. Then
Okay,
under
I'm in
browse.
workshop.
Okay, then under browse, when it comes to the home, browse discussions about, like, just underneath the Total War Warhammer 3 logo.
Mhm.
Hover over that and click on collections.
Okay.
Then on the
click.
right side, you should see create
Ah.
collection.
There it is.
I'm so sorry that you're gonna experience now Steam's collection creation.
Yeah. But all you got to do is give it a title. You don't have to worry about, like, anything
Please
else.
choose a branding image. Oh, okay.
Oh yeah, that's what. Yeah, just put like any random image.
I shall use that image.
Steam's whole ordeal with collections really needs an update bad.
Oh yeah. Yeah. The nice thing though is the subscribe to all button. That one's really nice.
Ooh.
Hello there, Fetch.
Hi,
Love Broken, your pack was sent.
Patch.
Yeah, I'm just adding everything that I have right now. Because some of it will be
Oh.
useful in the future.
Oh shit, they're all back. And they are 1 health each. Oh no. Okay, that one has 2 health. Okay, I guess they all have 2 health. But they are not going to last in a battle. And they are right the frick next to a frickin' army of frickin'
Angry Marten noises.
Keep the shouting down at least a little bit with sensitive ears.
Tell that to the AI.
AI, please make them no shout.
Now they're just going to kill me! Thanks, Rygon!
Yeah.
Yay.
I was about to say, it's like a vibe.
Yay, sweet silence.
Ow!
Bye, Zim. It was pleasant knowing you.
See ya. Thanks for coming by, Kenku. I hope you sleep well.
Alright, so now I just published this, but I don't allow anyone to look at it.
You could just make it public if you want. It doesn't matter. No one's gonna look at it besides if you link it to them.
And I mean, worst case scenario, they're just gonna like, download the mods.
I command pure chaos! Kinda.
Wostein_oil has turned Razim into a Loudred. They can only talk like that Pokemon for 2 minutes.
Loudred. Loudred.
Okay, Taldarius, I'm sending you the link.
Hey Rygon, Wostein_oil is sending you a hug.
Loudred.
Ooh. Thank you for the hug.
Loudred. Loud. Loudred, loud.
Could we
Loud,
cease
loud.
the incessant noise? 'Tis such a pain behind the eyes.
Zoroark 720 has purchased 4 craft your own packs.
Loudred. Loudred, Loudred. Loudred. Loudred.
I like how the image is an Obstagoon TF.
Why not?
Loudred.
The image that he put for the collection is an Obstagoon TF.
The very Rygon thing to do. Sounds in character.
He's got like rock hands, you know. What? I felt it was appropriate. I need to get another Obstagoon TF.
Loudred.
Patched his him.
Okay, time to just click all of the subscribe buttons.
Okay, there are a few you're gonna have to not be subscribed to though. So those are gonna be the
Okay.
tricky ones.
Why did you throw them in the collection then?
Because I don't want to not have them not be subscribed.
Now I'm gonna have to manually do all this instead of clicking a subscribe to all button.
I'll
Also-
tell you which ones. It's not many of them.
Okay.
Zoroark, thank you so much for that purchase of those card packs. I hope you enjoy.
All right, so you can turn off no supply lines,
I command
armored zombie
pure
infantry
chaos.
reskin.
Kinda.
Zoroark
sub-mod for that.
720 has turned Taldarius into
Okay.
a Zora. They can only talk like that Pokemon for 2 minutes.
You can turn off
Zora.
match custom animations.
Zor.
Recruit defeated legendary lords. Mod configuration tool legacy. And that's it. Those are all the ones that
Zora.
are turned off. I'm hoping that they're all arranged correctly. Do you have to have them in the same arrangement as each other?
Yes.
Zora.
I'm just waiting for the Zora arc to end so I can get an answer.
Zora.
I said yes.
Well, fair enough. But then we gotta arrange our stuff. Do the Hirith use crossbows? Yes. They use crossbows, bows, and guns.
Zora.
We'll go ahead and put a 30-minute cool pause on that pack.
Okay.
Zora.
I mean, I don't mind, but we are performing setup.
Yeah, I did end up sending you a message on Discord.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. But yeah, they're not like in actual order, so you're just gonna have to like continuously repeat the ones that I don't need, or like just send me a list.
Oh, of
Sounds
the ones you
patient.
don't need?
Yeah, like even just for that, because like I'm like trying to scroll back and forth really fast to find the ones, and it's not yeah.
Well, what did you click activate all again or something?
No, I had to have them all activated, and then like I just got that done, and like you're listing off the ones that I don't need, but it's not like scrolling down from the top and like I find the next one. It's all mixed, so I had to scroll up and down
okay.
constantly to try and find the ones you're mentioning.
I see. Okay. You could just alphabetize them.
I could. I did not have time for that though.
Fair enough. Do you need me to list them off again? It's literally just like 6 of them.
Yeah, I'll just let you know when I'm ready for the next one.
Okay. No supply lines 3.0.
No surprise. Okay, found that
Why,
one.
yes, time frame. Armored zombie infantry reskin 1.4.
All right, got that one.
Outdated ATM armored zombies X Hooverick reskin. But I will get you back armored zombie infantry once that is updated.
What was that one called again?
Outdated ATM armored zombies X Hooverick reskin.
I swear to God, I am not seeing that in the list.
Okay. It could
The
have
only
been when
things
you
that have
downloaded the
O.
collection. Oh, you found it?
No, I'm saying the only things that have O is OVN, Lost Factions.
It starts with like a ellipsis or something.
Oh, like a bracket.
So, yeah, like a bracket. So try looking at the very top, or wherever they put the dumb things.
No, I alphabetized it, and the one up top is just Armored Zombie Infantry. And then the one at the bottom is ZC animation, so there's no...
Oh, I guess you didn't download it then.
Well, I went through the entire collection. It's just not in the collection.
Yeah, that's what I mean. You must not have downloaded it.
No, I'm in the collection, subscribing and unsubscribing from the
Yes.
collection.
Yes, I realize that. I'm saying you probably didn't download it, period. Whether it's in the collection or not, you just don't have it.
Oh, well, my point is just that it's not in the collection, so I couldn't have it.
Yeah, exactly. We're agreeing, but we're saying it in two different ways.
Probably. Okay, what next?
Then I wouldn't worry about it, at least right now. Custom match combat animations. That one says it's not working, but I really want it to work.
Custom matched combat animations. Okay, unsubscribed.
Recruit defeated legendary lords.
Alright.
And the final one should be mod configuration tool legacy.
Alright.
At this point, you should have 41 subscribed.
There are only 40 in the entire collection.
Okay, and so then minus the outdated armor or the one zombie thing you didn't get, then yeah, that makes sense.
Okay.
I was just
So-
asking just to make sure that you had no others missing.
Alright. I have 35 subscribed mods.
Fuck.
There's 40 in the and there's 40 in the collection. So I turned off 5, one was missing from what you said. So yes, I'm at the correct number based on the collection.
Yep, I'm counting 35 on my end as well.
Cool.
All right, we're good to go.
I got
Hopefully we
15
don't have to, like,
bajillion
reorder
warnings,
shit.
but it should work fine.
That's just a classic of
Here's
modern.
hoping.
Yeah, I know, right?
You don't
That's but there was no red errors. It was all just orange and yellow.
Yeah, then we're good.
Yeah, it should be good.
Should be great.
It's like with Somebody where you like get a million errors, but it just works. And then
Yeah,
if you
it
get,
just
It
Until
just
your
works,
entire base runs
it
red.
just works. Little lies, stunning shows, people buy, money flows. It just works.
I'm hoping everything is ordered correctly. That's going to be the pain in the butt one.
I kept it in the base order, so that way, hopefully, it's in. Unless you reorder things manually, it should hopefully be in the same order for me.
No, the order that it put in for me was order of subscription. So mine weren't alphabetized.
Mine was not alphabetized either, and I did it in order of alphabetizing. So,
Okay.
I
I mean,
so
I'm sure we'll find out real quick.
it's giving me no response from hosts. Did the game go down?
No, it's probably because I am booting back into the game.
Oh, well, you could have just stayed there. I'm the only one that had to do something.
Well, I had to go out so I could tell you what the mods were.
Oh,
Huh.
Okay, hosting campaign. Okay, it's back up.
Hey, everybody. Did you know that Rygon is
Alright.
cute?
What?
Yeah. Can you send me the link thing again?
You betcha.
Did you all also know that Gib Gab is a good friend?
Incompatible versions. So, yeah.
Yeah.
Did not order correctly.
Uh,
I figured that would happen,
or-
but you know.
Well, it's either that or the mods aren't actually multiplayer compatible. It's a real issue with the Total War games.
I mean, I don't see why they shouldn't be. They're just overhauls and units. They don't actually change much else. And
I
by overhauls, I mean they just add factions.
couldn't answer that. I just know that some mods just will not work with multiplayer.
All right, then I guess let's start figuring this out.
Yep. Just send me like screenshots of your mod manager load order.
You got it.
You got a friend in him.
So, because if we do that, then I get to double check to see if that's the case. And then other than that, then we start checking to see multiplayer compatibility.
Yep. I'll be sending them to you on Discord.
I cannot read that.
That's the best I got.
Okay, you're on Windows. Just do Windows Shift S.
All right.
Joke.
Oh, okay. So that's a screen snip then.
Yeah, that's a snipping tool.
Cool. I didn't know we had that.
The perks of having an IT buddy, I guess.
The curse of what?
I said the benefit of having an IT buddy, I guess. Okay, so
Prakash! Hello, Prakash.
I'm guessing
He's
1
super
through
crumbly,
3
Mark.
is not loaded.
Yeah, you don't have to worry about those.
Okay, yeah,
I'm
so
just
we're
sending
not
you
in
all
the same order.
visual ones.
Yeah, so we're not in
Well,
the same
the
order.
one, yeah, the 1 through 3 are the mods we're not even using, so they don't matter.
Yeah. So I'm gonna reset my load order. All right. So top one is Hooverick reskin. Hooverick reskin, smoke transparency fix.
Okay, just about done over on my end.
Of course, the ones that need to go near the top are like in the bottom half, so I have to like wait for it to slowly scroll.
Tell me about it. And this is, of course, assuming that all of this stuff is even in the correct order to begin with. Like that, for example, that the Katav's TEB Red Astalia's compatibility patch is supposed to be above the Katav's TEB Southern Realms and Red Astalia's overhaul.
I
I have no idea if it's supposed to be
honestly
above or below. I have no idea.
So next is Mixu's Unlocker.
Yeah, Mixu's Unlocker should go above pretty much everything, all the other factions, I would imagine, just so we can unlock them.
Yep. I'm just finding it in the list. Okay, there we are. Cat of Crackadrak. Alright, that one's already in the right place. Nice. Jade Bearded
Nice.
Vampires. I wonder why all of the Cataf's mods aren't together.
That's a good question. Maybe they don't like each other.
Maybe not. Chaos Visual Overhaul.
Or perhaps some of them just feel like they're not welcome in the friend group.
Yeah, maybe.
They might be stimky.
Oh, for
Like-
that Chaos Visual Overhaul, does that need to go above the Hoover reskin?
No clue.
Fuck.
I'm just okay. To start with, I'm just going to match
I'm
it
just
with
gonna
you.
look it up. I'm just gonna look it up.
Okay.
Give me one moment, everyone, and I'll get back to the game.
All right, mods load. It says here, mods loaded earlier in the load order will potentially override mods that come later if they alter the same table. Since you have quite a few mods, you may need a pack file manager. Blah 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 blah. So, it's probably best that we move the Hooveric or the Chaos Visual Overhaul to above Hooveric's.
But didn't it say that the one that comes first will override the ones that come later?
Yes.
So shouldn't the one that has higher priority be the one that's compatibility?
Yes, that's what I just said.
Well, but the compatibility is already above the normal one.
The Chaos
It's-
Visual Overhaul Hooveric compatibility submod is below Hooveric's mod for me.
Yeah, but it's above the Chaos Visual Overhaul, which is the one
Yeah,
that's being
the
compatibility.
oh yeah. Let me click. So maybe should it be above both of them?
I don't know.
I'm gonna move it above both of them. So the Chaos Visual Overhaul should be in the first position.
All right. So Chaos Visual Overhaul, Hooveric compatibility submod, Hooveric reskin, and do you want to move the Chaos Visual Overhaul to just below that one? So that way all three are together.
You know what? Sure, why not? That way, if we need to, we can just
Yeah.
move them around as necessary.
All right. So then there is, after all that, Kataf's High Elf Sea Patrol, yep. Southern Realms, yep. Expanded Art Master Collection, yep. Marienburg, fixed. Next. Okay, Chaos Visual Overhaul got moved, so next is SCM Skaven Asset Pack. So that needs to go up one spot. Next is Regiments of Renown Lizardmen. Then it is expanded roster Beastmen, then Dark Elves, then Greenskins Goblin, then Norska, then Orc, Then it needs to have vampire counts. Wait, where's my expanded roster of vampire counts? It's in here somewhere. Ah, there you are. All the way at the bottom for some reason.
It's Viva Vampire.
Yes.
15 tools every homeowner should have. An untraceable hammer in the event that you have to kill a loved one. Oh, okay. That's good advice.
Okay. Should we be scared, Rykon?
No. No, you don't have to be.
I feel even more terrified now.
Alright, I have them all in the same order. So just to double check, at the top it's Chaos Visual Overhaul compatibility, Hooveric reskin,
Yes.
then Chaos Visual Overhaul.
Yes.
Okay.
Worst comes to worst, we just simply toss the Chaos Visual Overhaul below the Hooveric. If it turns out that doesn't work.
Alright, I'm booting up my game.
Same here.
Duke, duke, doo doo duke.
Do-do-ga-do.
Duke, 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 duke.
Do-do-ga-do.
So, can some of these, Can some of these... Oh, it is, repeatable. So that's how I get more city cap. Okay.
Oh, okay, it loaded.
Oh, did you
Okay,
look in
got
the
it.
general tree?
Yeah.
Yeah.
The all of the trees, they have like the main line, and then they have a couple of them that sort of branch out. Those are repeatable. They just cost more and more Imperium each time.
Cool.
Just let me know when you have it hosted.
Yep, I'm getting there. Trying to get through all the intro videos.
Yep, the 15 of them.
Yep, all bajillion. Alright, here's hoping it works.
Here's open.
Okay, it is up. I am inviting you.
It's green.
Okay, there you go. There's the new number.
It's green and not red.
Hey, I'll take it. Hey!
Hey! All right, I could actually start up my thing now.
Nice.
Alright.
Alright, now I'm done playing. Mod fatigue is real, folks.
Mod fatigue
Alright, what
is
do we
real,
actually
this
want
is
to
true.
play? We
Well,
got a
I'm doing the
few
Kraken.
unique ones. You're doing the what?
I'm
Oh, the
doing Kraken
Kraken?
Drac.
Crackajack.
Kraken Drac.
Crackajack.
Kraken Drac. Hey! So this should be under dwarves, and then I get to scroll with them. Yeah.
Oh, fuck, I don't know what I want to play.
That's a Zooflar.
Hey, yeah, you want to tell me what to play for, like, a small stipend?
Oh shit! It has. Oh my god! It has the actual lore units that Kraken Drac used.
Yeah, it's a
Oh,
loreful
yeah.
chaos, or not chaos. It's a loreful unit, or whatever
Oh,
they call
yeah.
it.
Yeah. Oh
What
yeah,
about
we
green?
happy.
What about greenskins?
Heck no.
Then lizardmen.
Heck yeah. But I don't play them very well. I don't play anything very well. Okay, you're cracking.
Come on, auto
Jack.
combat. Please be nice.
What do I want?
What do we want to set campaign and battle difficulty to?
Campaign. Oh, campaign difficulty.
Yeah, campaign and
We'll
battle
just leave it at
difficulty.
normal.
Normal? Okay.
Yeah. I don't see any need to go super hard, mostly because I'm inexperienced at the game.
Yeah, that's fair. Also, battle difficulty, chugging it up is like the most boring shit ever because it doesn't make the AI smarter, it just gives them hidden buffs to leadership, attack, and defense.
That's pretty much what I assumed. It just causes things to stretch out even longer unnecessarily.
Yeah, and it also means that, like, if you actually want to make progress, you got to start using, like, you got to fight every battle manually because it gives them extreme odds in auto-resolve. And then it also makes it so that way you got to use cheese tactics, so that way you can constantly just go for it.
I don't want to be a cheese.
I know, right?
You are the cheese squad.
Oh,
I
okay.
am the cheese squad. Oh no.
Hey, maybe,
Oh, I
maybe
could start
don't-
off as corn right by you.
Yeah, maybe don't do that.
Why not? We'll be buddies.
Well, I'm joining Team 1. You're in free-for-all right now.
I'll be in Team 1.
Okay. But, you know, you're going to be competing with me for land. I hope you know that.
No.
You'll share your land with Rykon, won't you?
No.
I'm on a reconquest war.
You'll share your land with Rykon. Kick
I'll tell
the
you
baby.
what, if you allow me a small morsel of land up top, you can have the rest.
You know, you can just not stand right next to me. Look at the whole
Yeah, but something
map.
tells me by the time I conquer one fucking city, you're already gonna be on my doorstep anyway.
I'm playing dwarves. My recruitment rate is so fucking slow.
Shit.
My
Where
individual
is
units are
Two
really
Kings?
good, but I recruit like 2 units a turn.
That's actually kind of funny. Such raw imperishable. He's got bad breath. Zinch. I mean, I've not actually played any of the Chaos guys.
I don't personally care for them, but
You should play Slanesh.
they do have some interesting capabilities.
Sorry, and why Slanesh?
Banned from Twitch.
I was about to say, because it'll get you banned from Twitch.
But why would you want to do that to me? Don't you? I thought you were my friend.
Never.
You were never my friend. Okay, time to ban.
Ban the giddy gab.
Ban the gibby gab. Gib gab. Gibby
Who's on
gibby gab. I'm kind of leaning towards Vampire Coast because I know they're dog shit, but they're still fun.
Okay.
Actually, Vampire Coast
But
is
it's
pretty
only
good.
a leaning.
They have a really good Doom stack.
They do have a good Doom stack, but that's just it. Like, you know, or their early game is kind of crap.
Yeah. I will definitely agree with that.
Yeah.
But they also get their bloated corpses that can literally wipe out an entire unit with one go.
Yeah, but bloated corpses, they ain't any good in like any actual multiplayer game. Because any player worth their salt recognizes, oh, the blimps are coming. I better shoot them with everything I got.
Trust me, that's not always enough.
Yeah, it's not always enough.
That's fair. You know what? I'm
Not
kind
what
of
you-
feeling a little bit like Vampire Coast. We're gonna go with Vampire Coast.
Okay. Oh, gonna start in Sartosa.
Potentially. Naval magical attacks. I need to download some mods to put in some more legendary lords, so some of these other extra factions actually have something. Siren and Morngol units. Fuck it, I'll play. I guess I'll play her. Guess I'm ready.
Alright.
I don't know. I've never played them before.
I've never
I've
played
only watched other
Kraken.
players. That's kind of a cool loading screen.
Which one did you get?
I got the Vampire Coast, like them just like crawling through the underbrush.
Ah,
While zombie pirates are like just marching in behind them.
I have a custom Norstorf one, which is pretty neat.
Hell yeah.
That's the Snorri. Snorri Kraus. I'm totally naming a Rune Lord Snorri Kraus.
Hi, Zoro.
Clausen.
Yeah, I never quite got those kind of places where they're just like, oh yeah, the strong eat the weak and murders on every corner. It's like, how the hell does your population survive at all with any like net plus?
They shouldn't.
They don't.
Exactly. The Drukari should have already like extincted themselves.
Well, to be fair, the Drukari do also legitimately just go and raid for more population to turn into slaves and torture.
Well, yeah, no, I get that, but slaves don't exactly equal Drukari population. They're just slaves.
Yeah.
Hi, Fetch. And hi, Evolios.
And what of the two beings?
Oh, that's a lot. Oh. Oh, that's a lot. Oh boy.
Fetch, are
I
you
increase
working
my
tonight?
infamy rank throughout the campaign. Attain possession of the Lost Sea Shanty verses.
So the pain meds have definitely helped, but I still want to die.
F.
I like this description. This fallen paladin is cursed to live forever damned at Silustra's side. He doesn't even like music. She's a singer. She's a singing ghost.
Yeah. She is. Okay, what am I starting with here? So I got Thorgard Kromson. Nice.
The Forge-bound Dark Elves. Oh, that's a cool looking building.
Nice fetch. Well, you should come hang out on voice with us then. Voice?
Oh, wait.
What's up?
Custom research tree.
Oh, nice.
Now, how lore accurate is it?
Most of it is actually pretty lore accurate.
Yeah, they worked hard on making that lore accurate.
Yeah, most of this is actually pretty lore accurate.
Zoroark720 wants you to try to speak with a different voice for 90 seconds.
Go ahead.
I don't know.
Oh, you're initiating a battle. Yeah, fight it. Fight.
No, it's just an auto resolve.
Rock.
Fuck.
I'm just gonna return that one tonight, Zoro. I'm just not feeling it. Sorry for that, but yeah, at least you'll have the card back to play another time. So guys, I did get my a COVID booster shot today, and it's kind of hitting me a bit, so yeah. But there you go, you got the card back, so you can try it another time. Sorry.
Like reduce the settings.
Do what?
Oh, I can't change my screen settings. Oh, I guess I'm just gonna be forever stuck in laggy vappy mode. Rip in pieces.
Rip the gip cap.
I did.
Oh no.
That's okay, I'm playing Necromancers. We'll just bring you back.
Oh, let me die in peace.
Nope, you're coming back.
Oh.
I don't recall asking for permission.
Why? This is another Manticore heavy tank. They take so much punishment.
I'll go here and try shooting anyways. It's a terrible chance, but... Hey, they hit! Only a 10% chance to hit, and they still managed to do it! They're getting a promotion.
Nice. Okay.
Yes, make them bleed. Ow!
Okay, got that technology going. To find what you seek, do not be so meek, for the guardian stands proud, so tall its head is in the clouds. Oh, I actually gotta follow a freaking map?
Thank you, Love Broken. Mostly it's just like physical pain and discomfort, but nothing terrible yet. But, yeah. I am very much leaning towards just restarting this level, though.
Oh my gosh, it's so far away.
Oh, from me.
No, for the treasure map.
The
Oh, my
necromancy.
poor stream is just chugging.
Oh, rip.
You know what? Yeah. I'm just gonna...
I might just have to stop the stream.
No.
The necromancer stuff is just really difficult right now to actually do anything with it. It's like I enjoyed the idea of going with necromancers, but trying to actually use the undead, it doesn't really work. Because you gotta get all these souls, and you only get a pitiful amount every battle, and... Yeah, I think I'm just gonna... Huh?
If I remember correctly, they are reworking the soul economy for that reason. It's just really tough.
Yeah. That's what I've heard, is that they're going to be revamping it because it's just really bad. So I'm gonna restart this level as a whole. Or this whole... I'm gonna just quit back to the menu and... Tried to do a different build.
Fishing rig 12. Sorry if I'm taking a while till there. I'm just reading through everything.
Yeah, you're fine. I mean, I'm good for my first turn, but you know, I'm fine waiting. Gives me time.
Yeah, I mean, there's just so much
things.
information.
Yeah.
They got weird sound.
Oh.
Oh, they changed up the unit and the unit bits. Anti-large meat shield aquatic.
think I'd at least still get some Pantheon experience for this. Even if I surrender and stuff.
I think you do too.
Which is the main reason I didn't just quit to menu.
Yeah, I've got a gunnery mob. I've got Morn ghouls. Carronades. I regret choosing her. She won't stop singing.
How to foil the Rygon. Sing. Oh, so that's why you've stopped hanging out with me so much.
Yes. You caught me.
I will be right back.
Hey there, Shade.
Okay.
Just thought you should know that Zoroark 720 thinks you're
Oh,
cute.
I gotta give her. Overcast
Oh,
spell
okay.
spiteful shot upgraded.
Apparently, I'm cute.
You're adorable.
Oh, okay.
Look, there's nothing that's just
Oh, I
like
gotta build something.
it's really cute when people get really suddenly passionate about this one thing and then it's like yes. And when like when there was the mention the dwarf thing that you're playing and it was like yes. And just went full nerd.
Hey
For a moment, I
Shade,
was super cool.
Zoroark 720 is sending you a hug.
Hi.
Okay, apparently this is just happening now.
Let's accept it. The hugs are inevitable. Uh-oh, they got in Confederation.
They did.
Oh no. Faction counter, the Tyrants of the Black Ocean. Where the hell are they? Oh, there they are. Oh my god, they got 20 fucking guys. They got like a huge army. I don't got shit.
Okay, I'm good when you are.
Okay. I'm just building up my army.
Yeah, that's fine. Trust me, I'm doing the same. Look at where I'm at politically.
All I can say is good luck with that northern, neighbors.
Good
Yeah, I
night,
know, right?
Zoro.
Oh, night, Zoro.
Good night.
And I am back.
Night, night.
Welcome back.
Welcome back.
I am dying.
Nope. Qui-Gon, don't say it. Don't say it.
Were you going to say
Say it,
good
Qui-Gon.
riddance?
No, I was going to mention Legos. But I'm not nearly that mean.
You know, you're right. You are right. I survived being thrown onto a pile of Legos. I can survive anything.
Yeah.
Thank you for the motivation to continue existing, Rygon.
You bet. Glad I could help.
Hey, Kitsuma Moki! Hello!
Hi, Kitsu.
Don't normally see you pop by. What is the occasion? Got my COVID booster shot today, and body no happy. Really, Don Brian?
Yeah, I mean, that sucks, Kitsu. I've had COVID a couple times.
I haven't actually had COVID, but yeah, doesn't mean I want to. It doesn't mean I'm not gonna go grab that vaccine to try and make sure I don't get it.
Well, it doesn't stop you from getting it. It just lessens the symptoms.
Well, yeah, that. You know what I mean.
I mean, it does help a little. We got as a family, we all keep up to date with the COVID and the booster shots, at least reasonably so. We live in an apartment, right? So close together. My dad, my mom, and my little sister all got COVID. Me being the room shut-in that I am, and still being topped up on all the vaccines, and literally wearing a mask in the apartment 24/7 the instant I knew they had COVID. I didn't catch it, neither did my sister. And honestly, the boosters were worse than COVID. At least because of the boosters. Oh, the boosters are awful sometimes.
Better than actually, dying.
Yeah, but I know, like, for me, it was like a big priority for me to get it because I'm asthmatic, and while it's fairly under control for me to the point where I barely notice it, I don't want COVID exacerbating that.
Hello there,
Yeah.
Soniku.
All I'm saying is I'm pretty sure the vaccine saved us from getting, at least me and my older sister saved us from getting COVID that one time.
Oh, cool. I do still get Pantheon XP. So that run was not for nothing.
Choose.
It wasn't for much, but it wasn't for nothing. Yeah, I know that for me with my existing health stuff, that if I actually catch it without the vaccines and such, there was a very high chance of, death.
Yeah.
With my existing medical and whatnot, so it was always a priority to go get it, but I also put it on the back burner a bit because I never leave the house, so I had no I had very limited interactions with anybody.
Mhm.
Well, at least for the boosters, I didn't go get them right away. The main vaccine, for that, it was just they had limited supply, so it's like I never leave the house, so I'll let somebody else go get it first. And then eventually I went and got it once the supply seemed to be stable.
Yeah, for us, like the worry was like I don't leave the house, for instance. So in that sense, I was
Your
the least
journey
like endangered person. I mean, I
starts
did leave the
here.
house a bit more at the time, but generally I tend not to. And I tend to be the person who like, oh, I touched something outside of the house, alcohol spray. Not catching COVID, fuck that. Oh, I have to touch the elevator button. Let me press it with the tip of the key, and then I'll spray alcohol on the tip of the key.
Well, no one said you had to go and lick it.
Yeah, but I can't bring the COVID inside, you know.
BRB.
I was super paranoid, but there's a reason I never caught COVID. My paranoia mostly worked. But yeah, for us, it was mostly because there's people coming in and out of the house constantly. So like, it was immediately like, all right, nee, you have to get the shot anyway. I remember it was literally first day, like we couldn't get it because we weren't residents, even though we'd been living here for over. I think we had been living here for over a year at that point. No, we hadn't. Like we were. Or had we? No,
Hey
we
there,
hadn't.
Wostein. And I know that my
Hi, Wo.
roommates work in public settings, but I don't have much interaction with my roommates.
people's form?
So it still wasn't that much of a priority.
I just figured better to not be confident with it. I did not take chances.
Okay.
Welcome back, Love Broken.
My name's not Love Broken.
Welcome back, Rydon.
Yay!
What is their origin culture?
I got this fucking ship over here that's like teasing me. If I leave my little city, he's gonna come in and raid it.
Go kick his ass.
What defines their
I'm
society?
gonna.
It's a full stack, but yeah.
I'm full stacking too.
But then it's gonna
Fuck,
be a
I probably
skill
shouldn't have
battle.
bought that. I do not need to spend $1,000 for some dogs.
Choose your first tome of magic.
Hmm. Okay, got that. Ooh.
But yeah, Wostein, either way, that is a past worry now, because I have the booster, and I'm good to go. Even though going to the freaking pharmacy to get it, absolutely nobody there understood what the hell they were doing with it. With getting me the booster shot and stuff. And I'd not say that as in, disgruntled customer type way. It was like literally the pharmacist himself was like, no, you're not supposed to do that. The pharmacist himself was the only one that understood what was going on and how to handle this stuff. And he was unfortunately too busy to help me directly. But yeah, I had 3 different people that came to try and help me, and none of them could figure out how to do it. I wound up being there for about an hour just waiting to get the shot. And I wasn't a walk-in. I actually scheduled it.
Where did you... what pharmacy did you go to?
Walgreens.
Fuck, I had the same exact experience. We booked the Walgreens appointment. They took fucking forever to get us a shot. We sat there waiting for over an hour, easily. You know what it turns out happened? In between all the issues they were having, even though they scheduled us for the vaccine at this time, they knew they would need the vaccines at this time, and there were other people waiting. It wasn't just us. They clearly knew they needed to get shots in there. They did not have them on location, so somebody, once we arrived, took our paperwork and then had to go run over to wherever they keep them, probably either a storage or another Walgreens, get the things, bring them back here, and it took them forever.
What the fuck? These guys are so strong.
Reveal yourself.
They're fucking just these neutral terrorists.
They're about to suplex you.
They're not only a 2020 stack, but they've also got some high-end units in their shit. It's like, what the fuck?
That's this late game Age of Wonders when you forget to kill the Marauder stacks and you look at them and they have 2,000 combat power.
Well, I'm gonna go kick a city's ass.
Reveal yourself.
Sometime this century. Oh, she's
If you're
telling me
lucky.
no. She was waiting for you to finish up. That's all there is. I'm like, why aren't you moving? And she's like, I said no. I'm like, fuck you.
But yeah, as much as I love my local Walgreens for stocking little Venezuelan candies and foodstuffs, fuck them and their stupid vaccination stuff. I don't know what issues they have. They gotta sort that shit out. You're having the same issue like with house units of shit, probably. Oh, we both did this too, next to a really shitty Walgreens.
Yeah, they kept asking the main pharmacist, why is this not working? And he's like, well, because you're not supposed to do it that way. It's supposed to be done this way. And then the freaking first lady that was helping me was like, all right, you're going to owe us $249. What? No hable español. That was when the main pharmacist was. That was the first time that he overheard that, and he's like, "No, they're still free." I'm like, "Oh, thank God!" It would suck to not be able to go to the con just because. Well, actually, I think I've got the vaccine I need. Just having the base vaccine is all they require, but still.
I think I could just auto-resolve this, actually.
No, fight.
You want me to fight him?
I want to see a fight.
Raygon
Okay,
likes
fine.
to watch the little people do the swinging and the shooty stuffs.
Okay, fine.
That's like the only reason to have this game.
Fine, but you're not allowed to play. You're not allowed to play CAI.
Oh.
Hey, I was gonna
Actually,
auto-resolve this. I'm already letting you be.
Actually, Taldarius, it might be more beneficial for you to let him.
Meh. Meh. I believe in the Raygon. Okay, they got Lore of oh god, they got an Olga user. Okay, well, the fuck.
I saved you.
No, I could have auto-resolved this. What? What are you saving me from?
I saved you from a bad decision. You would have played through this and not had the torment.
Okay, fine, but I'm waiting on you. Why did my
Alright, good
guys
luck.
decide to defend on the bottom of the hill?
Because they're dwarves. They like going deeper.
Is there any local...
That's
Yeah,
what
there
she
is.
said?
Okay. Yeah. Okay, what do I even have here? Okay, so that's anti-infantry.
Well, doesn't your guy just look fancy with his little dragon shoulder pads?
Oh, yeah. Hey, part of the Dragon Keep.
Fair enough. Oh no, they disappeared.
She said, "Thou shall not pass."
Steps over the line.
You're just running up the hill as fast as your little legs can take you.
Oh, yeah, you know it.
Quickly, guys, we gotta get up the hill. Oh no, there went Billy Bob. He just rolled down. He just took out like 50 other dwarves. It's like a bowling alley.
Well, I think they're busy waiting for their reinforcements to arrive, which honestly I'm fine with. I'd rather get into a good defensive position and yeah.
That's fair.
Yeah, but Taldarius,
Yeah?
the Raygon is getting bored.
I'm fighting this battle
Well-
just to entertain him.
I'm sorry, but my attention was elsewhere. I was looking at a potato.
Oh,
It was far more exciting.
yeah, sounds like it.
Oh, you were staring at your complete performance.
Right?
It does not like these battles.
It does okay here, but like, soon as I go to the campaign map, it does not like the campaign map.
I don't know why. I had the same experience. I expected the battles to be rougher. The battles were fine. The campaign map just kills my performance, though. I know they just like try to slap on a bunch of effects that are barely visible and just tank performance.
Alright, Throt's getting, not Throt, Throg. Rot's to my south. The Throg is getting his reinforcements, so they're probably going to charge me soon.
I look
And I'm
forward to
almost
it.
in position.
Burn everything you see, boys. Can you imagine that you're assigned to the unit where you're not allowed to wear anything? You're just like, oh, we're going to the winter map. Can I at least have a coat? No, you gotta only have them tats for protection.
To be fair, Slayers are insane, so there's also that.
Oh, I'm not talking about your Slayers. I'm talking about the other guys.
Oh, those, yeah. To be fair, Norskins are insane.
I'd be heading.
Oh,
up.
legitimately.
Probably catch up.
Yeah.
Oh, you're heading? See ya.
Hi, Kip Cap.
I should just honestly just end the stream. This isn't even watchable.
Hey there, Roly Poly.
Sorry, everybody. This isn't watchable. I'll try to figure it out later. Bye-bye.
Good night, Wolf Mage.
Nice. They have accordions slightly. I'm mostly just worried about these trolls.
Your journey
Rolls are gonna be a big
begins.
one.
Yeah. I'm just gonna be relying on my quarrelers for that.
You're collect. Oh, you caught one. Nice. Nice, Love Broken.
Rank up. Hold the line. This hamlet shall not fall.
Wostein_Royal raided my stream with 5 viewers.
See you later, Roly Poly. And Wostein, hello there. Thank you very much for that raid. Welcome in. How was your stream? And hello there, Slavek.
Hi, Senry.
Joke.
He's your buddy. Who is wanting a blanket for his new home.
Meh.
Stealing the blanket.
I can't wait until one day I can afford a second computer to stream with just that, and I can have the other one for gameplay.
Yeah.
Ah, living the dream.
It's not as high quality as usual, but I think my stream thing is working pretty fine.
Well, to be fair though, Age of Empires isn't that demanding.
Oh no, I'm
Ages ago,
streaming this right now.
When the astral sea was still
Oh, you
young,
are? Nice.
Yeah.
The Archons created
I wonder why
I
your
have not
stream is
changed
going
my
better than
layout.
mine is.
I have not changed my
forged
layout
in
at all.
The
But...
fires of an elder dragon.
Okay,
The
swap these
Gilder
two.
Coil served as an arcane compass, guiding the Archons through the currents between realms. According to legend, it still contains the echoes of their arcane journey.
Oh, he miscast slightly.
And
Nice.
can lead
That'll
those
help.
who hold it to forgotten places of sealed
Nice,
knowledge
Wostein.
and
Nice.
magic. With its mysterious promise of power, the Gildercoil fanned the greed of many rulers, until a daring Godir betrayed the Archons and stole the Gildercoil from their celestial reliquary. Ever since then, all traces of the compass have been lost, as have those of the cunning thief who disappeared into the mists of time. All so it seemed for many a lifetime.
Oh,
Little
fight,
Nightweaver
fight, fight!
was
Kiss,
the
kiss,
first
Yeah, they're
of
kiss.
the
fighting.
Shadrai to find clues of the Gildercoil's whereabouts. Myths leading to runic omens, leading to riddles.
Alright, trolls have impacted this
The
side.
Shadrai were persistent in their search,
And that's it. Okay, pull
for
them
too
in, pull
well
them in.
did the Archon artifact fit into their unfolding plans.
Alright, get that charge
And
in.
they were rewarded.
Great weapons through the center. The Dwarf Warrior should be able to hold the sides. They have charge defense
In
against
the
large.
infernal
And there goes Throt. Focus on him. Alright, get the Huskarls over here. Alright, time to start rapping.
All right, let's hear you drop some of them beats, some bars. Nice, Wostein. I'm glad you had fun. I'm going the same route I did last time. Getting myself a bunch of scout units.
Alright, keep them routed. How's my lord doing? My lord's doing pretty fine.
Oh yeah, your lord's good.
Yep.
Oons?
Looks like they're getting hit with army losses or something, maybe. Not too sure.
What do I want to add to this army?
Yep, okay.
And you win.
Yep. Just gonna speed 3 WoW. Chop down whoever I can still reach.
Are those legs?
Yeah. I have bows and crossbows.
Guys, let's go run away. We got beaten
Also,
by the
they're very
dwarves.
tired because they had to go up the hill. I did not. So I have slightly more speed than them with than a couple other units. Not many of them, though. Not many of them. But see, my Huskarls are kind of gaining on those Marauders very slowly. Maybe not before they reach the end, but they are gaining. Because the Marauders are exhausted and they're only winded.
Yeah.
I wasn't able to get too many of the Hunters, but then again, I don't exactly have cavalry or flanking units or any of those special things.
Alas, alas.
Well, you should get them.
Oh, they're so close. It looks like they're not. I'm dwarves. What do you... No.
Yeah, dwarves don't have access to those kind of units.
Get them.
I didn't
Yo.
ask for excuses. I said, get them!
Okay. You didn't kill Throt, though.
No, because he ran.
Well, thank you for the fight.
Yes, you got to see the fight.
Yes, I did. I'm satisfied.
Also, my legendary lord now has regeneration because he beat Throt. Or not Throt. I don't know why I keep saying
Nice.
Throt. It's Throg. I'm worried about Throt because Throt's gonna be a pain in my side forever.
Until you annihilate him.
Yeah, that's true.
Go on, Taldarius. You know you want to. Go. Kill him. It'll
I
be
will later.
fine. And while you're at it, kill the Rygon.
No. Okie
And then annihilate Fetch.
No, Fetch is too cute for that.
Fetch is too cute for that.
Oh, I'm being attacked.
You are.
Fight, 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 fight.
Hunters of Anathema. Okay.
What's the auto resolve looking like? You may just be able to auto resolve it.
How can I tell for the auto resolve?
Hover over the auto resolve button, and if units start glowing red, that means you'll lose them.
None of them are glowing red.
Alright, that means that does it say like close victory, decisive victory?
Close victory.
Oh yeah, then you can just auto resolve it.
Okay.
You can fight it if you want to. I'm just letting you know how the mechanic works.
Yee. Now I'm gonna get attacked by the frickin' fleet.
Daylight come and me wanna go home.
Really?
Ambusher discovered.
Yeah, really.
Stealing my jam.
Oh wait, no, it's not Rog that gives the thing. Oh no, he just gives weapon strength and bonus versus large. Well, that's still gonna be useful. Ah, it's the vampires that you kill and you get the regeneration. Now I remember.
Day, miss a day, miss a day, miss a day. Oh, a day like a man, me wanna go home. Day like a man, me wanna go home. Hey, Mr. Taldy Man, tally me banana. Day like a man, me wanna go home.
A beautiful bunch of ripe banana. Hide the deadly black tarantula.
You'll never hold us, they say, as I'm, holding them quite well, actually.
Yeah, Lassie.
Le gasp! He's a bacon camp.
Wait.
Always more. Always more to kill. More to destroy. More to conquer!
Yeah, that's true.
Fetch! Get out of bed! Do 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 do. We'll go with the farm first. And intern.
Lords and Heroes, here we go.
Hello there, once again, Carissa the Red. I shall have to eliminate you as fast as possible. So at least this time around, I have a very nice defensible location. Completely surrounded by mountains. Like, this is a nice spot.
Hey.
I can get a white witch. She shall freeze my furs. Leave them in blocks of ice, unable to withstand my might. Thank you for the head pats, Broken.
I stepped away for a second. I'd immediately get a diplomatic thing. What the fuck?
Good night, Dunbrine. Thank you so much for coming by. And for your assistance. You are good, Bean.
What's with all this diplomacy? No, I'm not giving you a peace treaty, Throg. No, fuck off. I just had to kick your ass multiple times.
Dunbrine is good boy. And hello
I don't
there,
like those
Slitherite.
quote marks, Slitherite.
Oh, these guys want a non-aggression pact with me, and they're willing to pay me. Yeah, sure, because technically I'm not fighting a land-bound battle. I'm gonna be sailing all over the place, so yeah, sure.
So, Slitherite, do you question the name that Shade has given us? It's probably for the best. He seems really sus.
Hmm.
Huh. Why, yes, Love Broken. I do have Bean. See the Bean.
Ooh, that's a long one. It's a long boy.
Oh, leadership +5 when fighting against dark elves. Yay!
Nice.
Uh-oh, did the game crash?
It says waiting for players, and you.
Yeah, it crashed.
Oh, okay. Game aborted. Rygon is dropped from the game.
I'm sorry.
No!
No, that's fine. We can just get it back up.
I won't commit Hari Kitty. Well, I guess while it's booting back up and running through all billion videos, I guess I'll go get some water.
Okay.
Yes. Now. Now it is my time to shine. And I shall shine by giving head pats to the shade. Pet, pet, pet.
Oh. That's a lot of headbutts.
Yes.
I
They are
counted
good
at
headpats.
least 3 there.
There's even more.
Oh.
Yeah. Lots of them. And I give very awkward ones to Raygon as well. Hello there, Fru de Fru. How are you? Hi, how you doing?
Hi, how are you?
I'm doing well. How are you?
Good, you?
I'm doing well. You?
I'm doing pretty good too, you?
I'm doing pretty great. You?
I'm doing pretty good, you?
Oh, I'm having a blast. You?
Having a pretty good time, you?
I'm just sitting here having a good time. You?
I'm just waiting, you?
I'm just fighting battles. You?
I'm waiting to fight more battles, you?
I'm going in to manually fight this to try and save my scout. You?
I'm just joining a game, you?
I'm just running away from this battle. You?
I'm just sitting ready, you?
I'm getting out of this battle. You?
I'm in a loading screen, you?
My scout survived. You?
Halfway done with the loading screen, you?
I'm back to the overworld map. You?
Still in the loading screen, you?
Guess you should get good. You?
Feel
Well, the
the
loading screen's
backhand
over,
of
you?
justice.
Uh, I'm debating going for this bannerless keep. You?
I'm just waiting for Rygon, you?
I'm waiting for Raygun
Feel
too.
the
You?
backhand of justice. Feel the backhand of justice.
I'm about to redeem a reward, you?
I'm giving out rewards. You?
Claiming a reward, you.
Still sending out rewards, you.
Of justice.
Making you feel the backhand of justice, you.
I see your backhand of justice, you.
Just waiting, you.
Still sending out packs, you.
Just waiting for Rygon, you.
Contemplating head patting Rygon, you.
Also now contemplating head patting Rygon, you.
Proceeding to head pat Rygon, you.
Ending turn, you.
Sending your card pack now, you.
Still just waiting for Rygon, you.
I've sent your pack now, you.
Opening pack, you.
Awaiting terrors, you.
I'm saving up for using a bunch of them at once, you.
I am now filled with dread, you.
I'm feeling joy at your feeling of dread, you.
I'm wondering when Rygon returns to us, you.
Rygon just ended his turn, so it should be pretty soon, you.
Missing Rygon's presence, you.
Wanting to give Rygon a head pat, you. Head pats Rygon.
You broke it!
I wasn't talking to you! I was talking to him.
You broke it.
You broke it first because you talked to me specifically without doing the bit.
No, you broke it.
No, it is your breaking of it.
And Rygon's just there, squeaking.
Yeah. But at least it's cute squeaks.
Very cute.
You know how fucked up that would be to have somebody who's trying to be cute, but they sound like they're fucking dying. Oh. Oh. Like, no, you can stop trying.
Please love me. I just want to be loved. To arms! Evolve. This unit will transform into a more powerful unit when it reaches champion rank. Cool. So that's how that works.
Oh no. I think it's crashing again. Something must be up.
Oh no. Waiting for
Yeah,
players.
for some reason. Yeah, for some reason it just doesn't like this turn.
Well, this is a different turn.
No, it was technically the same one as the last one. Because we
No, it
reloaded
wasn't.
slightly earlier.
No, it's not. I know because I had an injured character, and the injured character just came back this turn, when it didn't the previous turn. So it's actually a different turn than last time.
Hello
Either way,
there,
something's
Sarah
going on that's
Von
causing the
Silly.
crash.
Hello there, Sarah Von Silicate. And hello there, Corbin Prower.
Okay, I guess I'll stop streaming.
Okay. Sorry.
No, that's fine.
I'm already at war with Horn Ward. Attack! What the floof? Where are we doing that one? How are you, Sarah Von Silicate? It is a pleasure to see you.
Hey, what? That's not a line I expected to read. Do we boot it up one more time, or are we calling it?
I mean, we could always try.
I mean, it's entirely up to you.
I don't mind either way.
I'll take a closer look at the mods, I think, later, and see which
Okay.
one might be causing the conflict.
Yeah, because like
'Cause
for
I'm
me,
sure
it's
it's a mod.
stable. It's stable for me. But you know, so it's more annoying for you than it is for me.
Yeah, but I'm also the one hosting, so that might be what's going on.
Yeah. I mean, I guess I could try hosting at some point, but
Yeah, go for it. It's not like we got that far on that mission anyway.
yeah.
Actually, Sarah, I'm the only one playing AOW4 right now. Rygon and Shade down there are currently playing, or trying to play, Total War Warhammer.
Yeah.
Word.
Also, you know, you don't have to call me Shade.
I know I don't.
Okay, I'm just making sure that you know.
I just like throwing shade around.
Yeah.
Well, what would you like to do now, if anything?
Honestly, don't know. I mean, I know there were like other games that we were talking about playing, but I also can't remember off the top of my head which ones they were.
Do you have No Man's Sky?
No.
Ah, you should get it. They just released an expedition, and I usually run through the expedition with a friend.
No Man's Sky isn't exactly my game. Like, I wasn't even
That's
interested when
true.
it actually came out. And I know that, like, you know, they've improved it a lot since it came out, but I'm just saying, like, when everyone was, like, super hyped about it before, like, you know, the initial dumpster fire, followed by them fixing, like, literally everything, I wasn't even interested in the original. So.
Gotcha.
I'll pause at the
Well, I
right
guess I'll just have to play it by myself.
What the fuck am I? Fucking chopped liver? We've done all the other fucking ones.
The moment you said that, I'm like, Zim's been the one playing all of them with you.
I know.
Fuck you.
He just seems so pitiful over there in the corner. I couldn't help myself.
Wow.
Yes, Sim, we could play together. In fact, we could play here soon if you'd like.
Probably not tonight. I was
Okay,
thinking
well-
of ending here soon.
Oh,
Just
okay.
because chest is hurting and stuff, but...
Okay. Niffle.
It is purely because of the booster shot. If not for that, I would be all for it.
You should tell that booster shot to go F itself.
I definitely would like to.
Okay. Well, I could always boot my stream back up now that Warhammer's done for right now. Because the only reason I turned it off was because it was unwatchable. My stream was just unwatchable.
Well, then I'll probably go a little longer if you're gonna do that. I was
Yeah, it
thinking
depends
going
on
and
what I
watching
play, though,
stuff.
'cause I don't know.
Just
But,
taking
like,
it
I could
easy
always do a bit
tonight.
of narration or something.
I mean, that works for me, but are you starting a new book or something?
I might, since you missed the first few chapters of the last one. What would you like me to read?
I mean, I put out there the Dresden Files before.
True. I don't have a copy, though.
Right. That is a problem. I will say it seems that the next few books don't have a... like there's the few latest books apparently don't have audiobook versions yet.
I am
So I
the
might...
audiobook.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. I think I'm going to have to make you the audiobook for them.
Yay.
I don't have time to
But-
go sit down and read a book.
Right.
I listen
But
to the book.
in order for me to stream or to do narration, people need to give me like the yays. You gotta show the support.
Alright, everybody in chat, if you want to hear Rygon do a narration, say so.
Yes. Here, let me boot up your Twitch chat so I can read.
Oh, because there were like 15 yays right off the bat.
Great day don't count until I look. Oh, yay. We got a sure. Why not? Ouch.
I give you a yay. Yeah.
Yeah, you gave me a yay. But we got a blip and a sure why not.
Hey there, New Year's.
The support is resounding.
I gave you a yay.
Taldarius over here is the only one giving me a yay.
I'm giving you a
That's
yay.
for Taldarius.
Seriously, what the fuck?
Yeah, I didn't hear you give me a yay.
I was the one saying that we could do it.
That's not a yay though. That's a.
Then
we can do it.
yay!
Yay! All right, let me go look for a book. Do people want more Warhammer 40k? I'll take that as a maybe.
I have idea.
I mean,
I
I'm
just
always
need to
up
go.
for 40K.
I mean, right off the bat, what I've got in my library here, I've got like the Guardians of Ga'Hoole, which is always fun. I got some mystery books, if anybody wants some mystery. And of course, we got some more Hammer 40k stuff. And I can go grab other titles, it's just, it'll just take me a moment to do it.
Yeah. By the way, I misheard you because like you said you had like Warhammer books, and then you said Guardians of Ga'Hoole, and I thought you said Guardians of Gazul, and I'm like, wait, they made books about Gazul?
Gazul? I don't even know what that is.
So in Warhammer Fantasy, Gazul is the dwarf ancestor of the afterlife and the Underearth.
Oh. Of course the dwarves would have their heaven be underground.
Yeah. Fun fact, he's the only dwarf that uses a sword. And his followers are the dwarves that use the swords. All other dwarves will be using things like axes and pikes and spears and shit like that. But they don't use swords. Specifically, it's only the followers of Gazul.
Huh. I wonder why that is.
Oh, actually, it's because he tried using an axe against an enemy one time, and it broke during the fight. And he went to his family, who are like the other ancestor dwarves, and said that he needs a weapon made solely for war in order to carry out, like, you know, his duties. So he got a sword. Because the reason that they use stuff like axes and spears and other things like that is because they're useful for more things than just war. And swords are only useful for war.
It's true.
So that's actually why they don't use swords, and specifically why the followers of Gazul use swords, because their weapon is made solely for combating undead.
Ooh.
So, yeah, they're actually the anti-undead dwarves. So they go after chaos and the undead, but they focus on the undead.
All right, Rygon.
Watch out.
Check Telegram.
Okay.
Actually, I haven't checked my Telegram.
wow.
In a while. I need to check that.
Yeah, nothing.
Yes, you do.
happened.
That's because
I can
apparently
do-
this thing copied a bunch of personal info that I'm, I mean, I trust you, but it's just a little shocking. There.
Just, oh my. Oh my.
There you go.
Hey! Please accept the prepaid book using the link below. Okay.
Okay, I have one more message to send on Telegram. Scroll. There he is. Oops, the Dragon. There we go. Business on Telegram complete. I have booped multiple people.
Actually, no, there's a little bit more business.
Oh.
You need to join this group. Your chest is itchy now. Full moon? Intriguing.
Yes.
But yeah, there you go, Rygon. You got a book to read.
Mucho apreciado.
I will say that one of my favorite things about werewolves is that I know what a female werewolf is actually called, and people fucking hate it.
What?
It's actually a whiff wolf. That's what a female werewolf. That's the actual proper name, because it actually the term werewolf comes from back when. So the reason why we use man and woman is because it actually comes from vermin and whiffman, which does not mean wife. It was just the term for woman, and the man at the end, it was just like, to denote it was a human. So when it was a wolf, that was like, the whole thing with werewolves is that it was a wolf man. It was actually a vermin because they were male, and then the female ones were called whiffmen because that was the term for female.
It sounds like something that you would hear in like one of those wiffle ball courts where the ball's being hit back and forth. There's whiff, man, whiff, man, whiff, man.
But yeah, that's a little fun fact that people hate to hear because they're just like, no, I'm gonna stick with she-wolf, and I'm like, but it's with wolf.
I like that.
I don't know. I like Whiff Woof. It's fun.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And if you want to know how to spell it, it's W-I-F.
Whiff Woof.
Whiff woof. Yep. And that's female werewolf.
Stop attacking
Alrighty.
them!
Let's see here. I got some Caiaphas Cain.
Some what?
Caiaphas Cain. He is a hilarious version of Warhammer 40k.
Yeah, it's the same vibe that Infinite and Divine has, where it's in a very dark universe, but it's not taking itself seriously. The Caiaphas Cade series is amazing. And now, because he's brought up, now I'm gonna listen to Caiaphas Cain, hero of the Imperium.
You're not interested in...
When I do yours, I want to actually have a good proper sit down with it and make sure my voice is in a good spot, because it's a more serious book. I'm kind of feeling like something a little silly tonight. And
You
Warhammer
definitely
40k
do.
scratches something.
You definitely do not know Dresden Files.
Yeah, it is very silly at times. It is it is like possibly the most irreverent series when it comes to dealing with like unknowable horrors. Like all this shit comes after, and then it's just like, okay, I dealt with this last Tuesday. Why the fuck are you here again?
Last night I was listening to it, one of the books, like I do, and one of the lines, Dresden was getting help from somebody, and their response was, "It's only an hour. What could possibly happen in an hour?" To which Dresden is like, "Yep, that's how I know you're not hero material, because you would never hand the universe that kind of material."
What could possibly happen in an hour?
A Dresden hour is much different than a normal hour.
That is fair.
I mean, in that book that I sent you, you get to meet Toot Toot.
Toot Toot?
Yes.
Toot Toot. Toot Toot. Toot Toot.
Kai, FSK, hero of the Imperium.
Well, maybe I'll let the viewers decide then. You know, since they had such a resounding, such a just resounding result from my last question. What would you all
Hey
like?
there, John.
Caiaphas Cain? We could continue the novel I was reading last night, which was The Infinite and the Divine, which is also rather silly and nice. Or we could do some Dresden File.
Dresden Files.
And there's only one right
Dresden
answer.
Files. Dresden Files.
Wostein_oil says, Tired Hoot could awaken and choose chaos within the hour. Hoot. V.
I think that's a vote for Dresden.
No, that's definitely a vote for Warhammer 40k. I mean, come on. It's chaos.
Yes, but it's within the hour. Chaos can happen all over. Also, by the way, Teldarius, I am very happy to know that you know Dresden Files.
Yeah. Okay, look, I literally got banned from having textbooks in school because I read too much. There was no way in hell that I did not read the Dresden Files.
I mean, everywhere that I grew up, it wasn't even a thing.
Oh, well, I think you're forgetting like one little snippet about me. I literally volunteered in a library, actual public library, for like 7 years.
Not a public library
I
on my
literally
end,
was in
but-
charge of the young adult section.
What stopped you from continuing to volunteer?
So, because I was a youth volunteer, and then I got too old to be a youth volunteer, and every time I tried to get a job there, every single time, they would have one person come from Central for 1 day, and I was always out of the state.
Oh.
So then eventually I just went, all right, fuck it. I guess I'm just not allowed to volunteer. I'm not allowed to be a librarian. But yeah, so like I legitimately like, because like, you know, they had me take the tests to like be a librarian, and it's like, okay, yeah, you aced it. Oh, yep, you aced it. Oh yeah, you aced it. Hey, how do you know how to do this? I've been here for 7 years. That's how I know how to do all this stuff. When it comes to because it was actually really funny, because it got to the point where the person in charge of the teen volunteers, just like, they would give like a speech at the beginning of the year when all like the new student volunteers came in, and like there were very strict rules on what a student volunteer was allowed to do. Like, the only kind of questions you're allowed to answer is something like, hey, where's the bathroom? You're allowed to point out that sort of stuff. Any other question, you were required to point them to the front desk and have the people at the front desk help them. They pulled me aside afterwards and went, hey, you're allowed to answer whatever question comes your way, just so you know. You know
Nice.
you know this library better than half of our workers. You can answer any question you want.
Very cool.
I also unironically ended up kind of like running the summer stuff. Like, I would come in multiple days, all day, just to sit there and cover for the summer desk for like the summer reading program. Which is actually how I got like a lot of my random books, because they would basically go, hey, we can't pay you, but have a free book from the rewards section.
Yeah, that's
Basically,
one way to get you reading.
Yeah, because they knew that I was also like, you know, literally going to school for like IT stuff. And so like I also was one of the only people who, like, if the computer started having problems, I could fix it while I was sitting there. So
Yeah.
they just sort of really wanted me there at all times, and they had to figure out a way to like entice me. And they knew I liked books because I work in a fucking library.
I did the same thing with my school library in middle school. Always there, always helping out. I wasn't actually one of their volunteers, but I still they still had me. It gave me a bunch of stuff that I wasn't supposed to have access to.
Oh yeah, yeah. But you know you're big time in the library when they put you solo worker in charge of finding holds. And I did that for years. I was the holds guy for years, and that is like possibly like one of the biggest positions in a library.
Also, again, everybody, let us know, what would you like to see or hear? Do you want the Warhammer? Do you want the Dresden Files, the clearly best option? Or what?
I don't know. Tell me when they say something. I'll wake up.
Okay. But yeah, I actually I do miss working in a library. Like if I had the option, I'd probably just go work in a library. Then again, that means I'd have to deal with the James Patterson shelf again. I fucking hated the James Patterson shelf. Did you have to deal with a James Patterson shelf?
I am unfamiliar with it, so probably not.
Oh, okay. So, there's one guy named James Patterson. So, really good writer. Wrote a fuck ton of books. Like, metric fuck ton of books. I guarantee you that you've read multiple of his books.
Maybe.
Alex Cross, Maximum Ride.
No.
No? You never read any of those? Okay, so... Actually, here, I'm just gonna look up a list of his shit, because he's written a ridiculous amount of stuff. Woman's Murder Club, Maximum Ride, Michael Bennett, Middle School series, iFunny series. He wrote like a shit ton of young adult stuff. But he wrote so much stuff, like he was such a prolific writer, that in the public library, he had an entire shelf plus dedicated to just his books. And so that itself is not like the problem. The problem is that when you're the holds guy, you gotta find the exact serial number book, which means you have to look through an entire shelf of all the same books, and try and find one serial numbered book in there.
I begin to see your conundrum.
Yeah, so when there's like 25 plus copies of all the same book, because it just gets cycled in and out repeatedly, because like people just keep taking out his books all the time. I had entire pages of holds to find in the James Patterson shelf. And I would have to look through every single one and try and match serial numbers and barcodes. And then I find out that exact thing didn't match in the, like, there was no match, because someone else previously in the James Patterson shelf just picked out a random copy of the book instead of their actual copy. So instead, I had to, like, try and figure out what the previous copy was that was, like, you know, loaned out, what that serial number was, and then match it to a serial number on the shelf and give out that one instead, so that way the cycle doesn't continue for the next person. And then I'd get back to the James Patterson shelf the next time and the same shit would happen.
Of course.
Of course.
And Rygon, and unfortunately doesn't look like anybody's actually paying attention.
Well, that's
No.
unfortunate.
But there's still us here that want to hear.
Yeah.
We're
I
here.
know, but now my spirit's down.
No. Okay, fun fact about James Patterson. He's written more than 200 novels with more than 114 New York Times bestsellers. He holds the New York Times the most #1 New York Times bestsellers by a single author with 67. His novels account for 6% of all hardcover novels sold in the US. And his novels have sold more copies than Stephen King, John Grisham, and Dan Brown combined. He was the first person to sell more than 1 million ebooks.
Huh.
Cool.
That's why I'm like, you've almost definitely read one of his books somewhere at some time.
Well, give me a second more, and I'll get up and I'll find something to read.
Okay. By the
What
way,
is it?
if you want a quick sneak peek into what happens in the next chapter, in case you want to read it, so you know how chapter 3 ended with like Trazen basically swearing revenge over Orc and doing that?
That shall inherit.
Yeah.
He fucking takes him to court.
Okay. I mean, fair enough. I probably would have too.
Yeah, but just think about it. He took him to court in the 40K universe.
To be
That
fair,
was
I'm pretty
his
sure
solution.
the Necron court is far scarier than regular court.
Oh yeah, you know, it only takes a few decades to come to a basic decision. Yeah, I will say the court scenes are pretty funny, but you know.
Funny, we were talking about, it's funny, we were talking about librarians, and one of the people I can recruit is Jerwak the Librarian.
Hey, nice. Yeah,
Unfortunately,
I should
they're
go
not
visit
what I
the
want.
people at the library, see how they're doing. Wonder if Cheryl's still there.
They'll probably be like, "Who are you?"
I mean, yeah, I do have facial hair now, so.
Yeah.
And it's been like 5 years.
I remember one library where they asked me, like, "Hey, make sure you come back and visit us sometime," and I'm like, "Okay." Never did it again. But it was like a college library where I had just graduated college, so it's like, why the hell would I ever go back there?
Yeah. I will say that the funniest experience that I've had when it comes to the library that I worked at is so you know I live in Cincinnati, so we have the baseball team of the Cincinnati Reds. Yes, I do actually watch baseball. And the funny thing happened because we have the Cincinnati Reds Day at the library. So one of the people who dress up as the Cincinnati Reds mascot like came there for Reds Day, and I had to act as his handler like for the entire event. And it was the funniest thing because like I get like assigned to be the handler for him for like, you know, obvious reasons. But like he had absolutely no idea why why I was so good at it, and he's just like, man, you're like the best person I've ever had for like doing this. And then got offered that if I ever went to a Reds game that year to go find him. So I did.
How'd that turn out?
Pretty good actually.
Very nice.
I mean, I mostly just did it to like, you know, say hi to him. Just like, you know, hey, how are you? Remember me kind of shit. And then, you know, to his credit, he did.
Well, good for him. I probably wouldn't have. I don't remember people that well if I don't encounter them very frequently.
Oh no, Ragon's
Like-
forgetting us, Zim.
Yeah, no, it's legitimately a thing where if I don't meet with you for a while, I kind of just forget about you.
I am fading.
I can't tell you how many people that I've done that to.
We're slowly fading away. Gone from his memory.
Nah, Bragon won't forget me.
Who are you?
Bragon
no.
won't forget me.
Ed?
Rygon won't forget me.
The stranger's shouting at me.
Where?
Did we get any responses in chat?
Wostein is drifting
No.
between consciousness and unconsciousness.
That's
Or the
definitely why
void,
I'm
as he
reporting
put
then.
it.
And I don't know if sleep is that scary. It's just sleep, man.
I will probably be ending here in like 10 minutes anyways, so...
Oh, okay. No reading then?
I would love to, but... I mean, I could go another hour.
Okay.
And Corbin is giving
Alright,
a
let me
shrug. I don't think they really care what it is.
Well,
I think they just want to hang out and...
people gotta say something. One of my biggest pet peeves is when people say I don't know or I don't care. It shows such a lack of determination.
Rygon, you've done that to me.
Yeah, and I hate myself for it.
Don't hate yourself! Oh no. No, 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 no. Rygon, good bean.
Ragon is good bean.
Rygon, friend bean.
He is very friendship.
Oh no. Does that mean I'm delicious?
No, that would be snack shape. But you are snack shape too.
Oh.
You should probably get that checked, Wolstein. Because that's not sleep.
That does not seem very sleep-shaped to me.
Okay. Let me see what I've got here. Let's see if anything seems interesting.
Stormfront, Stormfront, Stormfront. Ow!
Oh,
I moved my arm too far.
Oh.
there we go.
Damn it, I wanted that infestation!
No.
Not allowed.
I'll do some Caiaphas Cain now, but I might do some of that Stormfront tomorrow, if I'm not too busy.
Tomorrow is Pokeroll and Seda and I were gonna do Power Wash.
Okay. I mean, if you don't want to be there, then it's fine.
Please don't make me try and choose between friends.
It's okay. Hmm. I'll scroll down. All right. I will take a drink and we can start with some Caiaphas Cain.
Alright.
Hero of the Imperium?
Hero of the Imperium. I'd go for the other ones in, but nobody seemed really excited for any of them.
You mean except for Taldarius and I for the Dresden?
Well, I'm just excited for anything in general, to be honest.
I mean, I am happy to hear whatever.
Yeah, well, I just want to make sure that if I do a proper sit down, that I do a proper sit down with that book, because it's a book that I think would deserve more attention.
Okay.
All right. Ahem. The book is called For the Emperor by Sandy Mitchell, a Warhammer 40k novel. It is the 41st millennium. For more than 100 centuries, the Emperor has sat immobile on the golden throne of Earth. He is the master of mankind by the will of the gods, and master of a million worlds by the might of his inexhaustible armies. He is a rotting carcass, writhing invisibly with power from the dark age of technology. He is the carrion lord of the Imperium, for whom 1,000 souls are sacrificed every day, so that he may never truly die. Yet, even in his deathless state, the Emperor continues his eternal vigilance. Mighty battle flecks cross the daemon-infested miasma of the war, the only route between distant stars, the way lit by the Astronomicon, the psychic manifestation of the Emperor's will. Vast armies give battle in his name on uncounted worlds. Greatest amongst his soldiers are the Adeptus Astartes, the Space Marines, bioengineered super warriors. Their comrades in arms are Legion, the Imperial Guard and countless planetary defense forces, the ever-vigilant Inquisition, and the tech priests of the Adeptus Mechanicus, to name only a few. But for all their multitudes, they are barely enough to hold off the ever-present threat from aliens, heretics, mutants, and worse. To be a man in such times is to be one amongst untold billions. It is to live in the cruelest and most bloody regime imaginable. These are the tales of those times. Forget the power of technology and science, for so much has been forgotten, never to be relearned. Forget the promise of progress and understanding, for in the grim, dark future there is only war. There is no peace amongst the stars, only an eternity of carnage and slaughter, and the laughter of thirsting gods. Editorial note. What, for want of a better phrase, I will henceforth be referring to as the Kane Archive is, in truth, barely deserving of so grandiloquent a title. It consists merely of a single data slate, stuffed full of files arranged with a cavalier disregard for chronology, and to no scheme of indexing that I have been able to determine despite prolonged examination of the contents. What can be stated with absolute certainty, however, is that the author was none other than the celebrated Commissar Caiaphas Cain, and that the archive was written by him during his retirement while serving as a tutor at the Schola Progeneum. This would pin the date of composition to sometime after his appointment to the faculty in 993.M41, from occasional references to his published memoirs, To Serve the Emperor, A Commissar's Life, which first saw the light of day in 005.MAZ. We can safely conclude that he was inspired by the process of writing them to embark on a fuller account of his experiences, and that the bulk of the archive was composed no earlier than this. His motives for so doing we can only guess at, since publication would have been impossible. Indeed, I placed them under inquisitorial seal the moment they came to light, for reasons which should be immediately apparent to any attentive reader. Nevertheless, I believe they are worthy of further study. Some of my fellow inquisitors may be shocked to discover that one of the Imperium's most venerated heroes was, by his own admission, a scoundrel and self-seeking rogue, a fact of which, due to our sporadic personal association, I have long been aware. Indeed, I would go so far as to contend that it was this very combination of character flaws which made him one of the most effective servants of the Imperium has ever had, despite his strenuous efforts to the contrary. For in his century, or more of active service to the Commissariat, and occasional less visible activities at my behest, he faced and bested almost every enemy of humanity: Necrons, Tau, Tyranids and Orcs, Eldar, both free of taint and corrupted by the ruinous powers, and demonic agents of those powers themselves. Reluctantly, it must be admitted, but in many cases repeatedly and always with success, a record few, if any, more noble men can equal. In fairness, it should also be pointed out here that Cain is his own harshest critic, often going out of his way to deny the many instances in which he appears, despite his professed baser motives, to have acted primarily out of loyalty or altruism or any such thing. It would be ironic indeed if his awareness of his shortcomings should have blinded him to his own, admittedly often well-hidden, virtues. It is also worth reflecting that if, as is often asserted, courage consists not of the absence of fear, but the overcoming of it, Cain does indeed richly deserve his heroic reputation, even if he always steadfastly denied the fact. However much we may deplore his professed moral shortcomings, his successes are undeniable, and we can be thankful that Kane's own account of his checkered career has at last been discovered. To say the least, these memoirs shed new light on many of the odder comers of recent imperial history. Aruf, his eyewitness accounts of our enemies contain many valuable, if idiosyncratic, insights into understanding and confounding their dark designs. It is for this reason that I preserve the archive, and have spent a considerable amount of leisure time in the years since its discovery editing and annotating it, in an attempt to make it more accessible to those of my fellow Inquisitors who may wish to peruse it for themselves. Kane appears to have had no overall structure in mind, simply recording incidents from his past as they occurred to him, and as a result, many of the anecdotes are devoid of context. He has a disconcerting habit of beginning in media res, and many of the shorter fragments end abruptly as his own part of the events he is describing comes to a conclusion. I have therefore chosen to begin the process of dissemination with his account of the Gravilax campaign, which is reasonably coherent, and with which the members of our Ordo may be at least passingly familiar as a result of my own involvement in the affair. Indeed, it contains an account of our first meeting from Kane's perspective, which I must admit I found rather amusing when I first stumbled across it. For the most part, the archive speaks for itself, although I've taken the liberty of breaking up the long and unstructured account into relatively self-contained chapters to facilitate reading. The quotations preceding them are something of an indulgence on my part, having been culled from a collection of such sayings compiled by Kane himself for the apparent amusement and edification into the workings of his mind. Apart from this, I've confined myself to occasional editorial interpolations where I considered it necessary to place Kane's somewhat self-centered narrative into a wider context. Unless otherwise attributed, all such annotations are my own, and I have been otherwise content to let his own words do the work. So just as a question real quick, Zim, have you ever read a Caiaphas Cain book?
I have never read any of the Warhammer books.
That is unfortunate and fortunate at the same time, in a way. I think you're going to be in for a treat.
All right.
To put it into perspective, imagine a man given every single bit of luck in the world, and he knows it, so he has a hellacious imposter syndrome.
Hey, no spoilers.
Ah.
That did not spoil anything about it.
I know, but no spoilers.
I know, that's
it feels
all I
like
was
a
saying.
spoiler.
It would be a spoiler if I said what happens, not basic character trait. That is like the most base. That's like it's the base character trait about Caiaphas Cain that everyone knows. It's just the fact that he has massive imposter syndrome. And it was literally mentioned in the little like starting thing.
All right, here we go. Chapter 1. I don't know what effect they have on the enemy, but by the Emperor they frighten me. General Karas of the Valhallans under his command. One of the first... Oh, actually, what's a good Caiaphas Cain? One of the first things you learn as a commissar is that people are never pleased to see you. Something that's no longer the case where I'm concerned, of course, now that my glorious and undeserved reputation precedes me wherever I go. A good rule of thumb in my younger days, but I'd never found myself staring down death in the eyes of the troopers I was supposed to be inspiring with loyalty to the Emperor before. In my early years, as an occasionally loyal minion of His Glorious Majesty, I'd faced, or to be more accurate, ran away screaming from, orcs, necrons, tyranids, and a severely hacked-off daemon host, just to pick out some of the highlights of my ignominious career. But standing in that mess room, a heartbeat away from being ripped apart by mutinous guardsmen, was a unique experience, and one that I have no wish to repeat. I should have realized how bad the situation was when the commanding officer of my new regiment actually smiled at me when I stepped off the shuttle. I already had every reason to fear the worst, of course, but by that time I was out of options. Paradoxical as it might seem, taking this miserable assignment had looked uncomfortably like the best chance I had of keeping my precious skin in one piece. The problem, of course, was my undeserved reputation for heroism, which by that time had grown to such ludicrous proportions that the commissariat had finally noticed me, and decided that my talents were being wasted in the artillery unit I picked as the safest place to sit out my lifetime of service to the Emperor, a long way away from the sharp end of combat. Accordingly, I'd found myself plucked from a position of relative obscurity and attached directly to brigade headquarters. That hadn't seemed too bad at first, as I had little to do except shuffle data files and organize the occasional firing squad, which had suited me just fine. But the trouble with everybody thinking you're a hero is that they tend to assume you like being in mortal danger and go out of your way to provide some. In the half-dozen years since my arrival, I'd been temporarily seconded to units assigned, among other things, to assault fixed positions, clear out a space hulk, and run recon deep behind enemy lines. And every time I'd make it back alive, due in no small part to my natural talent for diving for cover and waiting for the noise to stop. The general staff had patted me on the head, given me another commendation, and tried to find an even more inventive way of getting me killed. Something obviously had to be done, and done fast, before my luck ran out altogether. So, as I often had before, I let my reputation do the work for me, and put in a request for a transfer back to a regiment, any regiment. By that time I just didn't care. Long experience had taught me that the opportunities for taking care of my own neck were much higher when I could pull rank on every officer around me. I just don't think I'm cut out for data shuffling, I said apologetically to the weasel-faced little runt from the Lord General's office. He nodded judiciously and made a show of paging through my file.
I can't say I'm surprised,
he said in a slightly nasal whine. Though he tried to look cool and composed, his body language betrayed his excitement at being in the presence of a living legend. At least, that's what some damn fool Pictcaster commentator had called me after the siege of Perlia, and the appellation stuck. The next thing I know, my own face is grinning at me from recruiting posters all over the sector, and I couldn't even grab a mug of recap without having a piece of paper shoved under my nose with a request to autograph it.
It doesn't suit everybody.
Oh, yeah. It's a shame we can't all have your dedication to the smooth running of the Imperium, I said. He looked sharply at me for a moment, wondering if I was taking the frack, which of course I was, then decided I was simply being civil. I decided to ladle it on a bit. But I'm afraid I've been a soldier too long to start changing my habits now. That was the sort of thing Kane the hero was supposed to say, of course, and Weaselface lapped it up. He took my transfer request from me, and though it was a relic from one of the blessed saints.
I'll handle it personally,
he said, practically bowing as he showed me out. And so it was. A month or so later, I found myself in a shuttle approaching the hangar bay of the Righteous Wrath, a battered old troopship identical to thousands in Imperial service, almost all of which I sometimes think I've traveled on over the years. The familiar smell of shipboard air, stale, recycled, inextricably intertwined with rancid sweat, machine oil, and boiled cabbage, hissed into the passenger compartment as the hatch seals opened. I inhaled it gratefully as it displayed the no less familiar odor of gunner jargon. My aides almost... Jurgen. Since the no less familiar odor of gunner Jurgen. My aide since almost since the outset of my commiserable career nearly 20 years before. Short for a Valhallan, Jurgen somehow managed to look awkward and out of place wherever he was, and in all our time together I couldn't recall a single occasion on which he'd ever worn anything that ever appeared to fit properly. Though amiable enough in temperament, he seemed ill at ease with people, and, in turn, most preferred to avoid his company. A tendency no doubt exacerbated by the perpetual psoriasis that afflicted him, as well as his body odor, which, in all honesty, took quite a bit of getting used to. Nevertheless, he'd proven an able and valued aid, due in no small part to his peculiar mentality. Not overly bright, but eager to please and doggedly literal in his approach to following orders. He'd become a useful buffer between me and some of the more onerous aspects of my job. He never questioned anything I said or did, apparently convinced that it must be for the good of the Imperium in some way, which, given the occasional discreditable activities I'd been known to indulge in, was a great deal more than I could have hoped for in any other trooper. Even after all this time, I still find myself missing him on occasion. So he was right there at my side, half hidden by our combined luggage, which he'd somehow contrived to gather up and hold despite the weight, as my boot heels first rang on the deck plating beneath the shuttle. I didn't object. Experience has taught me that it was a good idea for people meeting him for the first time to get the full picture in increments. I paused, fractionally, for dramatic effect before striding forward to meet the small knot of guard officers drawn up to greet me by the main cargo doors. The clang of my footsteps on the metal sounding as crisp and authoritative as I could contrive in an effort undercut slightly by the pops and clangs from the scorched area under the shuttle engines as it cooled, and Jurgen's tottering gait behind me. Welcome, Commissar. This is a great honor. A surprisingly young woman with red hair and blue eyes stepped forward and snapped a crisp salute with parade ground efficiency. I thought for a moment I was being subtly snubbed with only the junior officers present, before I reconciled her face with the file picture in the briefing slate. I returned the salute. Colonel Castine, I nodded in acknowledgement. Despite having no objection to being fawned over by a young woman in the normal course of events, I found such a transparent attempt at ingratiation a little nauseating. Then I got a good look at her hopeful expression and felt as though I'd stepped on a non-existent final stair. She was absolutely sincere. Emperor, help me, they really were pleased to see me. Things must be even worse here than I'd imagined. Just how bad they actually were I had yet to discover, but I already had some presentiment. For one thing, the palms of my hands were tingling, which always means there's trouble hanging in the air like a static before a storm. And for another, I'd broken with the habit of a lifetime and actually read the briefing slate carefully on the tedious voyage out here to meet the ship. To cut a long story short, morale in the Valhallan 296 301st was at rock bottom, and the root cause of it was obvious from the regiment's title. Combining below-strength regiments was standard practice among the Imperial Guard, a sensible way of consolidating after combat losses to keep units up to strength and of further use in the field. What hadn't been sensible was combining what was left of the 301st, a crack planetary assault unit with 1,500 years of traditional belief in their innate superiority over every other unit in the Guard, particularly the other Valhallan ones, with the 296, a rear echelon garrison command, which, just to throw Prometheum on the flames, was one of the few all-woman regiments raised and maintained by that desolate iceball. Just to put the cherry on it, Cassian had been given overall command by virtue of 3-day seniority over her new immediate subordinate, a man with far more combat experience. Not that any of them truly lacked that now. After the battle for Crania, the Tyranids had attacked without warning, and every guard regiment on the planet had been forced to resist ferociously for nearly a year before the Navy and a couple of Astartes chapters had managed to turn the tide. By that time, every surviving unit had sustained at least 50% casualties, many of them a great deal more, and the bureaucrats of the Unitorium had begun the process of consolidating the battered survivors into useful units once again. On paper, at least. No one with any practical military experience would have been so half-witted as to ignore the morale effects of their decisions. But that's bureaucrats for you. Maybe if a few more administratum drones were given las guns and told to soldier up alongside the troopers for a month or two, it would shake their ideas up a bit. Assuming by some miracle they weren't shot in the back on the first day, of course. But I'm digressing. I return Castine's salute.
Hey there, RZ, Jaffer, and Rin. Welcome in, everyone. Sorry.
There, I'm going to pop out your chat. I returned Castine's salute, noting as I did so the faint discoloration of the fabric beneath her rank insignia where Captain Studs had been before her recent unanticipated elevation to colonel. There had been few officers left in either regiment by the time the NIDS had got through with them, and they'd been lucky at that. At least one of the newly consolidated units was being led by a former corporal, or so I heard. Fortunately, neither of their commissars had survived, so thanks to my fortuitously timed transfer request, I've been handed the job of sorting out the mess. Lucky me. Major Brooklaw, my second in command. Castine introduced the man next to her, his own insignia equally new. His face flushed almost imperceptibly, but he stepped forward to shake my hand with a firm grip. His eyes were flint gray beneath his dark fringe of hair, and he closed his hand a little too tightly, trying to gauge my strength. Two could play at that game, of course, and I had the advantage of a couple of augmented fingers, so I returned the favor, smiling blandly as the color drained from his face. Major? I let him go before anything was damaged except his pride, and turned to the next officer in line. Cassine had rounded up pretty much her entire senior command staff, as protocol demanded, but it was clear most of them weren't too sure about having me around. Only a few met my eyes, but the legend of Cain the Hero had arrived here before me, and the ones that did were obviously hoping I'd be able to turn around a situation they all patently felt had gone way beyond their own ability to deal with. I don't know what the rest were thinking. They probably were just relieved that I wasn't talking about shooting the lot of them and bringing in somebody competent. Of course, if that had been a realistic option, I might have considered it. But I had an unwarranted reputation for honesty and fairness to live up to, so that was that. Alright, we're going to read a couple of annotations. Number 1. A common mistake. It is, of course, virtually unheard of for an entire Astartes chapter to take the field at once, let alone two. What Cain obviously means here is that elements from two different chapters were involved. A couple of companies apiece from the Reclaimers and the Swords of the Emperor. And annotation 2. He'd heard wrong or possibly exaggerating for effect. The newly appointed colonel of the 112th Rough Riders was a former sergeant, true, but had already received a battlefield promotion to lieutenant during the defense of Corania. None of the senior command staff in any of the recently consolidated units had made the promotional jump directly from non-commissioned officer. The introduction's over. I turned back to Castian and indicated the tottering pile of kit bags behind me. Her eyes widened fractionally as she caught a glimpse of Jurgen's face behind the barricade. But I suppose anyone who'd gone hand in hand with Tyranids must have found the experience relatively unperturbing, and she mastered quickly. Most of the assembled officers I noted were noted with well-concealed amusement, were now breathing shallowly through their mouths. My aide, Gunner First Class Farag Jurgen, I said. In truth, there was only one grade of gunner, but I didn't expect they'd know that, and the small unofficial promotion would add to whatever kudos he got from being the aide of a commissar, which in turn would reflect well on me. Perhaps you could assign him some quarters. Of course. She turned to one of the youngest lieutenants, a blonde girl of vaguely equine appearance who looked as if she'd be more at home on a farm somewhere than in uniform, and nodded. Sulla, get the quartermaster to sort it out. I'll do it myself, she replied, slightly overdoing the eager young officer routine. Magel's doing his best, but he's not quite on top of the system yet. Casti nodded blandly, unaware of any problem, but I could see Brocklaw's jaw tighten and noticed that most of the men present failed to mask their displeasure. Sulla was our quartermaster sergeant until the last round of promotions, Cassian explained. She knows the ship's resources better than anyone. I'm sure she does, I said diplomatically, and I'm sure she has far more pressing duties to perform than finding a bunk for Jurgen. We'll liaise with your Sergeant McGill ourselves if you have no objection. None at all. Castine looked slightly puzzled for a moment and then dismissed it. Brooklaw, I noticed from the corner of my eye, was looking at me with something approaching respect now. Well, that was something at least, but it was pretty clear I was going to have my work cut out to turn this divided and demoralized rabble into anything resembling a fighting unit. Well, up to a point anyway. If they were a long way from being ready to fight the enemies of the Emperor, they were certainly in good enough shape to fight amongst themselves, which I was shortly to discover. I hadn't reached my second century by ignoring the little presentiments of trouble which sometimes appear out of nowhere, like those itching palms of mine, or the little voice in the back of my head which tells me something seems too good to be true. But in my first few days aboard the Righteous Wrath, I had no need for such subtle promptings from my subconsciousness. Tension hung in the air like the corridors assigned to us like ozone around a daemon host, all but striking sparks from the bulkheads. And I wasn't the only one to feel it. None of the other regiments on board would venture out into our part of the ship, either for social interaction or the time-honored tradition of perpetuating practical jokes against the members of another unit. The naval provosts patrolled in tense, wary groups, desperate for some kind of respite. I even made courtesy calls on the other commissars on board, but these were far from convivial. The humorless Emperor bothers to man. The younger ones were too overwhelmed by respect for my reputation to be good company, and most of the older ones were quietly resentful of what they saw as a glory-hogging young upstart. Tedious as these interludes were, though, I was to be grateful for them sooner than I thought. The one bright spot was Captain Pergita, who commanded the vessel for the past 30 years, with whom I hit it off from our first dinner together. I'm sure he only invited me the first time because protocol demanded it, and perhaps out of curiosity to see what a hero of the Imperium actually looked like in the flesh. But by the time we were halfway through the first course, we were chatting away like old friends. I told a few outrageous lies about my past adventures, and he reciprocated with some anecdotes of his own. And by the time we got into the Amasic, I felt more relaxed than I had in months. For one thing, he really appreciated the problems I was facing with Cassian and her rabble. "You need to reassert some discipline," he told me unnecessarily, "before the rot spreads any further. Shoot a few, that'll buck their ideas up." Easy to say, of course, but not so easy in practice. That's what most commissars would have done, admittedly, but getting a regiment united because you're terrified of you and hate your guts has its own drawbacks, particularly if you're going to find yourself in the middle of a battlefield with these people before very long, and they'll all have guns. And, as I've already said, I had a reputation to maintain, and a good part of that was keeping up the pretense that I actually gave a damn about the troopers under my command. So not an option, unfortunately. It was while I was on my way back to my quarters from one such pleasant evening that my hand was forced, and in a way I could have done without. It was the noise that alerted me at first, a gradual swelling babble of voices from the corridors leading to our section of the ship. My pleasantly reflective mood, enhanced by Pergita's Amasek and a comfortable win over the regicide board, evaporated in the instant. I knew that sound all too well, and the clatter of boots on the deck behind me as a squad of provosts double-timed towards the disturbance with shock batons drawn was enough to confirm it. I picked up my pace to join them, falling in behind the section leader. "Sounds like a riot," I said. The blank-visored head nodded. "Quite right, sir." "Any idea what sparked it?" Not that it mattered. The simmering resentment among the Valhallans was almost cause enough on its own. Any excuse would have done. If he did have a clue, I never got to hear it. As we arrived at the door of the mess hall, a ceramic cup bearing the regimental crest of the 296 shattered against his helmet. "Emperor's blood!" I ducked reflexively, taking cover behind the nearest piece of furniture to assess the situation, while the provost waded in ahead of me, striking out with their shock batons at any target that presented itself. The room was a heaving mass of angry men and women punching, kicking, and flailing at one another. All semblance of discipline shot to hell. Several were down already, bleeding, screaming, being trampled on by the still active combatants, and the casualties was rising all the time. The fiercest fighting was going on in the center of the room, a small knot of brawlers clearly intent on actual murder unless someone intervened. Well, fine by me. That's what the provosts were for. I hunkered down behind an overturned table, scanning the room as I voxed a situational report to Cassian and watched them battle their way forward. The two fighters at the center of the melee seemed evenly matched to me. A shaven-headed man, muscled like a catachin, who towered over a wiry young woman with short-cropped, raven-black hair. Whatever advantage he'd had in strength, she could match in agility, striking hard and leaping back out of range, reducing most of his strikes to glancing blows. which was just as well, as a clean hit from those ham-like fists would likely have to stove her ribcage in. As I watched, he spun, launching a lethal roundhouse kick to her temple. She ducked just a fraction slow and went sprawling as his foot grazed the top of her head, but twisted upright again with a knife from one of the tables in her hand. The blow came up towards the sternum, but he blocked it, opening up a livid red gash along his right arm. It was about then that things really started to go wrong. The Provost had made it almost halfway to the brawl I was watching when the two sides finally realized they had an enemy in common. A young woman, blood pouring from a broken nose, was unceremoniously yanked away from a man whose groin she'd been aiming a kick at, and rounded on the Provost, attempting to restrain her. Her elbow strike bounced harmlessly off his torso armor, but her erstwhile opponent leapt to her defense, swinging a broken plate in a short, clinical arc, which impacted precisely on the neck joint where the helmet met flak. A bright crimson spurt of arterial blood sprayed the surrounding bystanders as the stricken Provost dropped to his knees, trying to stem the bleeding. The Emperor's bows! I began to edge my way back towards the door to wait for the reinforcements. Cassian had promised. If they hadn't been before, the mob was in a killing mood now, and anyone who looked like a symbol of authority would become an obvious target. Even as I watched, both factions turned on the Provost in their midst, who disappeared under a swarm of bodies. The troopers barely seemed human anymore. I had seen Tyranids move like that in response to a perceived threat, but this was even worse. Your average Nid swarm has purpose and intelligence behind everything it does, even though it's hard to remember that when a tidal wave of chitin is bearing down on you with every intention of reducing you to mincemeat.
Joke.
But it was clear that there was no intelligence working here, just sheer brute bloodlust. Emperor, damn it, I've seen coronate cults with more self-restraint than those supposedly disciplined guard troopers displayed in that mess hall. At least, while they were ripping the Provost apart, they weren't likely to notice me. So I made what progress I could towards the door, ready to take command of the reinforcements as soon as they arrived, and I would have made it too, if the squad leader hadn't service long enough to scream, "Commissar, help!" Oh, great. Every pair of eyes in the room suddenly swung in my direction. I thought I could see my reflection in every pupil tracking me like an auspex. If you take one more step towards that door, I told myself, you're a dead man. They'd be on me in seconds. The only way to survive was to take him by surprise. So, I stepped forward instead, as though I'd just entered the room. "You!" I pointed at a random trooper. "Get a broom." Whatever they'd been expecting me to say or do, this definitely wasn't it. The room hung suspended in confused anticipation, the silence stretching for an infinite second. No one moved. "That was not a request," I said, raising my voice a little and taking another step forward. "This mess hall is an absolute disgrace, and no one is leaving until it's been tidied up." My boat skidded in a slowly congealing pool of blood. You, and you. Go with him. Buckets and mops. Make sure you get enough to go around." Confusion and uncertainty began to spread. Troopers flicking nervous glances at one another as it gradually began to dawn on them that the situation had got well out of hand and that consequences had to be faced. The guardsmen I pointed out, two of them women, began to edge nervously towards the door. "At the double!" I barked suddenly with my best parade ground snap. The designated troopers scurried out, ingrained patterns of discipline reasserting themselves, and that was enough. The thunderstorm crackle of violence dissipated from the room as though suddenly earthed. After that, it was easy. Now that I asserted my authority, the rest fell in line as meek as you please, and by the time Castian arrived with another squad of provosts in tow, I had already detailed a few more to escort the wounded and worse to the infirmary. A surprising number were able to walk, but there were still far too many stretcher cases for my liking. "You did well, I hear." Cassian was at my elbow, her face pale as she surveyed the damage. I shrugged, knowing from long experience that credit snowballs all the faster the less you seem to want it. "Not well enough for some of these poor souls," I said. "Bravest thing I ever saw," I heard from behind me, as one of the injured provosts was helped away by a couple of his shipmates. "He just stood there and faced them down, the whole damn lot." His voice faded, adding another small increment to my heroic reputation, which I knew would be all around the ship by this time tomorrow. "There'll have to be an investigation." Cassie looked stunned, still not quite capable of taking in the full enormity of what had happened. "We need to know who started it, what happened." Who's to blame? Brooklaw cut in from the door. It was obvious from the direction of his gaze where he thought the responsibility should lie. Castine flushed. I've no doubt we'll discover the men responsible, she said, a faint but perceptible stress on the pronoun. Brooklaw refused to rise to the bait. We can all thank the Emperor that we have an impartial adjudicator on the commissar here, he said smoothly. I'm sure we can rely on him to sort it out. Thanks a lot, I thought. But he was right. And how I handled it was to determine the rest of my future with the regiment. Not to mention leaving me running for my life yet again, beginning a long and unwelcome association with the Emperor's pet psychopaths, and an encounter with the most fascinating woman I've ever met. Annotation. Description of His Divine Majesty is not the most flattering or accurate of the Most Holy Inquisition. It must be admitted. That's the end. Chapter 1.
I will say real quick, first of all, like, really liked it. Second of all, one of the dumbest things that's actual canon is that it's not Catachan, it's Catacan.
Catacan, okay.
Yeah, it's the dumbest shit. I don't know why they decided to make it Catacan when it has a CH.
Honestly, he might not know any better.
Oh, true. But I will also say, canonically, it's also one of the only places in the entire 40k universe where the people there speak in a heavy American accent.
Oh, fuck, of course they do.
Yeah.
Well, I'm glad you two liked it.
I always love some good 40k.
Hello there, Mr. Dexter.
Yeah.
The name of the book he is reading? That's a great question. What is it, Brygon?
The name of the book that I'm reading is For the Emperor by Sandy Mitchell.
It's one of those Warhammer books.
It's a Caiaphas Cain book. First one in the series.
Caiaphas Cain, Hero of the Imperium. I will say that every time.
Oh no. Atuk!
Oh, feel free to talk amongst yourselves. I always have to let my voice rest a little bit between chapters.
Alright. Well, yeah, I always do love myself a good bit of Caiaphas Cain.
Mm-hmm.
I still think it's hilarious how, like, even though he's, like, you know, retired and all that and everything with him, he's still listed as active duty because you know why?
Mm-hmm.
No, I do not.
Well, yeah, but there's no spoilers allowed for you.
Oh.
You specifically didn't want spoilers. Also, I may have broken my Noita God save run.
Uh-oh.
I'm gonna quickly Alt F4 because I teleported into a wall too hard and then I saw the actual physical corruption happening. So hopefully my Noita God run that I just got to the point where I can do my fucking my Sun quest didn't just bork itself. Okay, Why are you blaming Raigon for that, considering I'm the one constantly going, Caiaphas Cain, hero of the Imperium? Raigon is not to blame for that.
I'm innocent.
Yes, she is an innocent being. Wait, I'm still on the wet.
Bullshit.
It's not bullshit that the Raigon is innocent here.
But the Raigon is not innocent.
But he is.
I have seen the things that he does. Exactly. Not innocent.
Very innocent.
How you hanging in there, Zim? Do you want me to keep going, or do you feel like you're gonna want to start hopping off?
Go ahead and keep going. Just one more chapter, though.
Okay. I shall take one more bite of hamburger, one more drink of water, and we shall continue.
Right now, I am just focus firing all of my units on their level 9 hero. Or ruler.
It's for the best. Alright, shall we continue?
I'm good with it.
All right, let's do it. Chapter 2. You get more with a kind word and an excruciator than with just a kind word. Inquisitor Maiden. So, what you're trying to tell me, I said, turning the piece of crockery over in my hand, is that 3 people are dead, 14 still in the infirmary, and a perfectly serviceable mess hall reduced to kindling because your men didn't like the place they were served their meal on. Brooklaw squirmed visibly on one of the chairs I'd had Jurgen bring into my office for the conference. I told him to fetch the most uncomfortable ones he could find, as every little bit helps when you're trying to exert your authority, but the mayor's discomfiture wasn't due to just that alone. Cassian was still visibly suppressing a smirk, which I was planning to wipe away in a moment. Well, that may be overstating it a little, he began. That's precisely what happened, Castine cut in acidically. I hefted the plate. It was a good quality porcelain, delicate but strong, and one of the few pieces remaining intact after the mess hall riot. The regimental crest of the 296 was prominent in the center of it. I turned to the data slate on my desk and made a show of paging through the reports and witness statements I had spent the past week collecting. According to this witness statement, the first punch was swung by Corporal Bella Trebek, a member of the 296 prior to the amalgamation. I raised an inquisitive eyebrow in Cassian's direction. Would the colonel care to comment? She was clearly provoked, Cassian said, losing the smirk, which seemed to hover in the air for a moment before jumping across to Brooklaw. Just so, I nodded judiciously. By a Sergeant Tobias Kelp, who, it says here, threw his plate down, declaring that he would be damned if he ate off some, I made a show of getting the quotation scrupulously correct, mincing tarts front parlor tea service. Does that strike you as a reasonable comment, Major? The smirk disappeared again. Not particularly, no, he said, clearly wondering where this line of questioning was going.
But we still don't know the full circumstances.
I think the circumstances are perfectly clear, I said. The former troopers of the 296 and the 301st have cordially detested one another since the regiments were amalgamated. Under the circumstances, the use of the 296 regimental dinner service was bound to be regarded as an insult by the stupider elements of the former 301st. Brooklaw flushed at that. Good. Let him get angry. The only way to salvage the situation was to make radical changes, and that wouldn't work unless I could get the senior officers to feel passionately that they were necessary. Which begs another question, I went on smoothly. Just who was stupid enough to order the use of the dinner service in the first place? I aimed my second-best intimidating commiserative glare at Cassie for a fraction of a second, before snapping it round to nail the junior officer sitting at her right. Lieutenant Sulla, that would be you, would it not? It was Founding Day, she retorted. That did take me by surprise. I didn't often get people bouncing back from a number 2 glare, but I concealed it with the ease of long practice. We always use the regimental ceramics on Founding Day. It's one of our proudest traditions.
It was,
Brooklaw broke in with a sardonic amusement.
But unless you've got some traditional adhesive...
Both women bristled. For a moment, I thought I was going to have to put down a brawl in my own office. Major, I said, reasserting my authority. I'm sure the 301st had their own Founding Day traditions. It was a pretty safe bet, as practically every regiment celebrated the anniversary of its first founding in some way. He began to nod, before my use of the past tense registered with him, and then an expression curiously close to apprehension flickered across his face. I leaned back in my chair, which, unlike theirs, I had made sure was comfortably padded and looked approving. It's always good to keep people off balance. I'm glad to hear it. Such traditions are important, a vital part of the esprit de corps, or esprit de corps. We all rely on to win the Emperor his victories. Castine and Brooklaw nodded cautiously, almost together. Good. That was one thing they could agree on. But Sulla just flushed angrily. Then perhaps you could explain that to Kelp and his knuckle-draggers, she said. I sighed tolerantly and placed my lap pistol on the desk. The officer's eyes widened slightly. Brooklaw's took on a wary expression, Castine's one of barely suppressed alarm, and Sulla's jaw dropped openly. Please, don't interrupt, Lieutenant, I said mildly. You can all have your say in the moment. There's a definite edge in the room now. I had no intention of shooting anyone, of course, but they weren't going to like what I was about to say next, and you can't be too careful. I smiled to show I was harmless. They relaxed a fraction. Nevertheless, you just illustrated my point perfectly. While the two halves of this regiment still think of themselves as separate units, morale is never going to recover. That means you're sod all used to the Emperor and a pain in the ass to me. I paused just long enough to let them assimilate what I just said. Are we in agreement on that at least? Castine nodded, meeting Brooklaw's eyes for the first time since the meeting began. I think so, she said. The question is, what do we do about it? A good question. I passed the slate across the desk. She took it, and Brooklaw leaned in to scan it over her shoulder as she read. We can start by integrating the units at squad level. As of this morning, every squad will consist of roughly equal members of troopers from each of the former regiments.
That's ridiculous,
Brooklaw snapped, a fraction behind Castine's far from ladylike exclamation. The men won't stand for it.
The men won't stand for it.
Neither will my women. Castine nodded in agreement with him. So far, so good. Making them feel they had a common cause against me was the first step to getting them to cooperate properly. They're gonna have to, I said. This ship is en route to a potential war zone. We could be in combat within hours of our arrival, and when that happens, they'll have to rely on the trooper next to them, whoever it is. I don't want my people getting killed because they don't trust their own comrades. So they're going to train together and work together until they start behaving like an Imperial Guard regiment instead of a bunch of pre-Scala juvies. And then they're going to fight the Emperor's enemies together, and I expect them to win. Is that clear? Perfectly, Commissar. Castine's jaw was tight. I'll start reviewing the SO&E. The SONE is a slate. It is a slate of organizational and equipment, not actually a physical data slate, but an archaic term for the details of the disposition of troopers and equipment within an Imperial Guard unit, still in use among many regiments with more than 1,000 years of unbroken tradition. Perhaps it would be best if you did so with the Major's help, I suggested. Between you should be able to select fire teams which at least have a reasonable chance of turning the last guns on the enemy instead of one another. Of course. Brooklaw nodded. I'll be pleased to help. The tone of his voice said otherwise, but at least the words were conciliatory. That was a start. But they really weren't going to like what was coming next. Which brings me to the new regimental designation. I had been expecting some outburst at this, but the trio of officers in front of me just stared in stupefied silence. I guess they were trying to convince themselves they hadn't heard what I just said. The current ones just emphasized the divisions between what used to be the 301st and the 296. We need a new one, ladies and gentlemen. A single identity under which we can march into battle united and resolute as true servants of the Emperor. All good stirring stuff, and for a moment, I actually thought they were going to buy without any further argument. But, of course, it was that daft Mayor Sulla who burst the bubble. You can't abolish the 296? She almost shouted. Our battle honors go back centuries!
This hamlet shall not fall.
Rabbit Blitz raided my stream with 8 viewers.
Hey, Blitz! Hello there! Thank you very much for that raid. Welcome on in, everybody. How was your stream, Blitz? And would you like a random clip from your channel brought up? Also, since he's paused for a moment, Mr. Dexter, I definitely agree. Rygon would make an amazing audiobook reader. No clip, Blitz? Alright. Well, welcome on in, everybody. I am Raw Zim. We do all sorts of things here. Right now, we're doing some Age of Wonders 4. Earlier, we were doing one of our tabletop campaigns, as well as auditions for the other one, or another one of them. But right now, we're also listening to Rygon read For the Emperor, one of the Warhammer 40k books. And, yeah, welcome in, everybody. Settle on in, listen in, and enjoy the reading. And make sure you hit that follow button as well, everyone. Go ahead, Rygon.
Okay. You can't just abolish the 296, she almost shouted. Our battle honors go back centuries. If you count slapping down stroppy colonists as models. Brooklaw rose to the bait. The 301st has fought orcs, Eldar, Tyranids. Oh? There were Tyranids on Corania? I guess I was just too busy with my natal point to notice. Sulla's voice rose another octave. Shut up, both of you. Cassine's voice was quiet, but firm, and stunned both her subordinates into silence. I nodded gratefully at her, forestalled from having to do the job myself, and pleasantly surprised. It's beginning to look as though she had the makings of an effective commander after all. Let's hear what the Commissar has to say before we start inventing objections to it. Thank you, Colonel, I said before resuming. What I propose is to treat the date of amalgamation as a new first founding. I've had the ship's astropath contact the Munitorium, and they've agreed in principle. There's currently no regiment designated the Valhallan 597th, so I propose adopting that as our new identity. 296 plus 301. I see. Cassie nodded. Very clever. Brooklaw nodded too. A very neat way of preserving the identities of the old regiment, he said, but combined into something new. As was always the intention, I agreed. But that's outrageous! Sulla said. You can't just redesignate an entire regiment out of existence? The Commiserate gives its servants wide discretionary powers, I said mildly. How we interpret them is a matter of judgment and sometimes temperament. Not every commissar would have resisted the temptation to discourage further dissension in the ranks by decimation, for instance. Quite true, of course. There was damn few who'd go quite so far as to randomly execute 1 in 10 of the troopers under their command to encourage the others, but they did exist. And if ever a regiment was so undisciplined that such a dramatic measure might have been justified, it was this one.
Bragon?
Uh-oh.
Oh no!
No.
One gung-ho psychopath.
Right?
Ragon, you cut out for the past little while.
Oh no! Where did I end?
The last main thing we heard
the 1 in
was...
10.
Yeah, the 1 in 10.
1 in 10? Okay. There were damn few who'd go quite so far as to randomly execute 1 in 10 of the troopers under their command to encourage the others, but they did exist. And if ever a regiment was so undisciplined that such a dramatic measure might have been justified, it was this one, and they knew it. They were just lucky they got, well, Kane the hero instead of some gung-ho psychopath. I've met 1 or 2 in my time, and the best thing you can say for them is that they don't tend to be around long, particularly once the shooting starts. I smiled to show I didn't mean it. Well, if the new designation is unacceptable, I added, the 48th Penal Legion is also available, I'm told. Sulla blenched. Cassian smiled tightly, unsure of how serious I was. The 597th sounds good to me, she said. Major Brooklaw?
An excellent compromise.
He nodded slowly, letting the idea percolate.
There'll be some grumbling in the ranks, but if ever a regiment needed a new beginning, it's this one.
Amen to that, Cassian agreed. The 2 senior officers looked at one another with renewed respect. That was a good sign, too. Only Sulla still looked unhappy. Brooklaw noticed and caught her eye.
Cheer up, Lieutenant, he said. That would make you our next founding day.
He paused fractionally, glancing at me for confirmation as he worked it out. I nodded. You'll have nearly 8 months to come up with some brand new traditions. Of course, the changes I imposed didn't go down too well with the rank and file, at least to begin with, and I got most of the blame. But then, I never expected to be popular. Ever since I got selected for commiserate training, I had known I had expected very little from the troopers around me apart from resentment and suspicion. As my undeserved reputation has snowballed, of course, that's got to be the case less and less of the time. But back then I was still taking it more or less for granted. Gradually, though, the reorganization I insisted on began to work, and the training exercise we put the troopers through were beginning to make them think like soldiers again. I instituted a weekly prize of an afternoon's downtime for the most efficient platoon in the regiment, and a doubling of the L rations for the members of the most disciplined squad within it, and that helped remarkably. I felt we'd really turned a corner the morning I overheard one of the new mixed squads chatting together in the freshly repainted mess hall instead of splitting into 2 separate groups, as they tended to do in the beginning, and exulting over their higher place in the rankings than a rival platoon. These days, I'm told, Kane's Round is a cherished tradition in the 597th, and the competition for the extra ration of ale is still hotly contested. All in all, I suppose there are worse things to be remembered for. The one problem we still had to resolve, of course, was the matter of those responsible for the riots in the first place. Kelp and Trebek were for it, there's no doubt about that, along with a handful of others who have been positively identified as responsible for the worst of the deaths and the injuries. But for the time being, I put off the question of punishment. The wholesale reforms I'd instigated and the subsequent improvement of morale were so fragile, and I didn't dare risk it by ordering executions. So I did what any sensible man in my position would have done. I dragged my feet under the pretext of carrying out a thorough investigation, keeping the defaulters locked up away where, with any luck, most of the comrades would forget about them in the general upheaval and hope something would turn up. It was a good plan, and it would have worked too, at least until we arrived in a war zone somewhere and I could quietly return them to a unit or have them transferred away with no one any the wiser, if it hadn't been for my good friend Captain Perita. Technically, of course, he was well within his rights to demand copies of all the reports I've been compiling, and I hadn't thought there was any harm in letting him have them. What I been forgetting was that the Righteous Wrath wasn't just a collection of corridors, bunk rooms, and training bays. It was his ship, and that he was the ultimate authority aboard. 2 of the dead had been his provosts, after all, and he wasn't about to sit back and let the perpetrators get away with it. He wanted a full court-martial of the guilty troopers while we were still on board, and he could make sure they were punished to his satisfaction. I know you want to be thorough, he said one evening as we set up the regicide board in his quarters.
But frankly, Caiaphas, I think you're overdoing it. You already know who the guilty bodies are. Just shoot them and be done with it.
I shook my head regretfully. But what would that solve, I asked. Would it bring your men back to life?
That's not the point.
He held out both fists, concealing playing pieces. I picked the left and found I was playing blue. A minor tactical disadvantage, but one I was sure I would overcome. Regicide wasn't really my game, to be honest. He gave me a tarot deck and a table full of suckers with more money than sense any day, but it passed the time pleasantly enough.
There really can't be any other verdict. And every day you delay just leaves the cowardly scum cluttering up my brig, eating my food, breathing my air.
He was getting quite emotional. I began to suspect that there had been more than a simple line of command relationship between him and one of the dead provosts. Believe me, I said, there's nothing I'd like better than to draw a line under this whole sorry affair, but the situation's complicated. If I have them shot, the whole regiment could unravel again. Morale is just starting to recover.
I appreciate that,
Parita nodded.
but that's not my problem. I've got a crew to think about, and they want to see their comrades avenged.
He made his opening move. I see. I moved one of my own pieces, playing for time in more senses than one. Then, it's clearly long past time that justice was served. Are you insane? Castine asked, looking at me from across the deck and trying to ignore the hovering presence of Jurgen, who was shuffling some routine reports I couldn't be bothered to deal with. If you condemn the defaulters now, we'll be right back where we started. Trebek's very popular with the, She shot a quick glance at Brooklaw, seated next to her, and overrode the remark she'd been trying to make. With some of the troopers.
The same goes for Kelp.
Brooklaw moved quickly to back her up. Exactly the reaction I'd been hoping for. Now the regiment was beginning to function properly. Cassian and Brooklaw had begun to slip into the roles of commander and executive officer as smoothly as if the bad feeling between them had never existed. Well, up to a point, anyway. There was still an air of strained politeness between them occasionally, which betrayed the effort. But they were well on the way, and to be honest, it was far more than I could have hoped for when I stepped off the shuttle. I agree, I said. Thank you, Jurgen. My aide had appeared at my shoulder with a pot of Tana leaf tea, as was his habit whenever I was in my office at this time of the morning. Could you get another couple of bowls?
Of course, Commissar.
He shuffled away as I poured my own drink and pushed the tray to the side of my desk. The warm, aromatic steam relaxed me as it always did.
Not for me, thank you.
Brooklaw said hastily as Jurgen returned, a fresh pair of tea bowls pinched together by a grubby finger and thumb on the inside of the rims. Castine blenched slightly, but accepted a drink anyway. She kept it on the desk in front of her, picking it up from time to punctuate her side of the conversation, but never quite getting round to taking the first sip. I was quietly impressed. She would have made a good diplomat if she hadn't been so honest. The problem is, I went on, that Captain Perita is the ultimate authority aboard this ship, and he's well within his rights to insist on a court-martial. If we don't let him have one, he'll just invoke his command privilege and have Kelp and the others shot anyway. So we simply can't let that happen. So, what do you suggest? Cassing asked, replacing the tea bowl after another almost sip. Regimental discipline is supposed to be your responsibility, after all. Precisely. I took a sip of my own tea, savoring the bitter aftertaste, and nodded judiciously. And I've been able to convince him that I can't have that authority undermined if we're to become a viable fighting unit.
You've got him to agree on some kind of compromise? Brooklaw asked, grasping the point at once. I have. I try not to sound too smug. He can have his court-martial and run it himself under naval regulations. But once they're found guilty, they'll be turned over to the commissariat for sentencing.
But that takes us right back to where we were before, Castine said, clearly puzzled. You have them shot, and discipline goes to the warp. Again.
Maybe not, I said, taking another sip of tea. Not if we're careful. I've seen more than my fair share of tribunals over the years, even been in front of them on occasion, and if there's one thing I've learned, it's this. It's easy to get the result you want out of them. The trick is simply to state your case as clearly and concisely as possible. That, and make damn sure the members of it are on your side to begin with. There are a number of ways of ensuring that this is the case. Bribery and threats are always popular, but generally to be avoided, especially if you're likely to attract inquisitorial attention, as they're better at both and tend to resent other people resorting to their methods. Besides, that sort of thing tends to leave a residue of bad feeling which can come back to haunt you later on. In my experience, it's far more effective to make sure that the other members of the panel are honest, unimaginative idiots with a strong sense of duty and a stronger set of prejudices you can rely on to deliver the result that you want. If they think you're a hero and hang on to every word, so much the better. So when Perita announced his verdict of guilty on all charges and turned to me with a self-satisfied smirk, I had my strategy worked out well in advance. The courtroom, a hastily converted ward room generally used by the ship's most junior officers, went silent. There were 5 troopers in the dock by the time the trial had begun, far fewer than Perita had wanted, but in the interest of fairness and damage limitation, I had managed to persuade him to let me deal summarily with most of the outstanding cases. Those guilty of more minor offenses had been demoted, flogged, or assigned to latrine duty for the foreseeable future, and safely returned to their units. Or in the unfathomable processes of the trooper's mindset, I had somehow become the embodiment of justice and mercy. This has been helped along by a little judicious myth-making among the senior officers, who had let it be known that Perita was hell-bent on mass executions, and that I had spent the last few weeks exerting every iota of my commiserative authority in urging clemency for the vast majority. Finally succeeding against almost impossible odds, the net result, aided no end by my fictitious reputation, was that a couple of dozen potential troublemakers had been quietly integrated back into the roster, practically grateful for the punishments they received, and morale had remained steady among the rank and file. The problem now facing me was that of the hardcore recidivists, who were undoubtedly guilty of murder or its attempt. There were 5 of them facing the courtroom now, wary and resentful. 3 of them I recognized at once, from the melee in the mess hall. Kelp was a huge, over-muscled man I'd seen being stabbed, and Trebek, to my complete lack of surprise, was a petite woman who'd almost disemboweled him. They stood at opposite ends of the row of prisoners, glaring at one another almost as much as at Perita and myself, and if it hadn't been for their manacles, I had no doubt they'd been at each other's throats again in a heartbeat. In the center was a young trooper I had seen stab the provost with a broken plate. His data file told me his name was Thomas Hollenby, and I had to look twice to make sure it was the same man. He was short and skinny, with untidy red hair and a face full of freckles, and he'd spent most of the trial looking bewildered and on the verge of tears. If I hadn't seen his fit of homicidal rage for myself, I would hardly have believed him capable of such insensate violence. The real irony is that he was a medical orderly, not a frontline soldier at all. Between him and Trebek was another female trooper, one Griselda Valade. She was stocky, brunette, and clearly out of her depth as well. The only one of the group to have killed a fellow trooper, she had claimed throughout that she only intended to fend him off. It was an unlucky blow that had crushed the fellow's larynx and left him to suffocate on the messroom floor. Perita, needless to say, hadn't bought it, or cared whether she intended murder or not. He just wanted as many Valhounds in front of a firing squad as he could manage. On Holenby's other side was Maxim Sorel, a tall, rangy man with his short blonde hair and the cold eyes of a killer. Sorel was a sharpshooter, a long-last specialist who snuffed out lives from a distance as dispassionately as I might swat an insect. Of all of them, there was the one who most threw a scare into me. The others had been carried away by the bloodlust of a mob, and hadn't really been responsible for their actions past a certain point. But Sorel had slid a knife through the joints of a Provost body armor simply because he hadn't seen any reason not to.
The last time I looked into eyes like those, they belonged to an Eldar homunculus.
If it was up to me, said continuing, I would have the lot of you shot at once.
I glanced down the line of prisoners again and noted their reactions. Kelp and Trebek glared defiantly back at him, daring him to make good on the threat. Holenby blinked and swallowed rapidly. Belade gasped audibly, biting her lower lip, and began to hyperventilate. To my surprise, I saw Holenby reach across and give her hand a reassuring squeeze. Then again, they'd been in adjoining cells for weeks now, so I suppose they had time to get to know each other. Sorrel simply blinked. A complete lack of emotional response that sent shivers down my spine.
Nevertheless, the captain went on, Commissar Kane has been able to persuade me that the Commissariat is better suited to maintaining discipline among the Imperial Guard, and has requested that they be permitted to pass sentence according to military rather than naval regulations.
He nodded cordially to me.
Commissar, they're all yours.
5 pairs of eyes swiveled in my direction. I stood slowly, glancing down at the data slate on the table in front of me. No, thank you, Captain. I turned to the trio of black uniformed figures sitting at my side. And thank you, Commissars. Your advice in this case has been invaluable to me. 3 solemn heads nodded in my direction. This was the trick, you see. My earlier contact with the other commissars on board had unexpectedly paid off, showing me who would be the most easily swayed by my arguments. A couple of eager young pups just past cadet and a jaded old campaigner who had lived most of his life on the battlefield. And all of them flattered from here to Terra to be taken to the confidence of the celebrated Caiaphas Kane. I turned back to the prisoners. A commissar's duty is often harsh, I said. Regulations are there to be obeyed, and discipline to be enforced. And those regulations do indeed prescribe the ultimate penalty for murder, unless there are extenuating circumstances. Circumstances, I have to admit, I have striven to find in this case to the best of my abilities. I had them all on the hook by now. The fans in the ceiling ducts sounded almost as loud as a Chimera engine. And, to my great disappointment, I have been unsuccessful. There was an audible intake of breath from practically every pair of lungs present. Pereyita grinned triumphantly, sure he got the blood vengeance he lusted after. However, I went on after a fractional pause. A faint frown appeared on the captain's face and a flicker of hope in Vladi's. As my esteemed colleagues will undoubtedly agree, one of the heaviest burdens a commissar must carry is the responsibility to ensure that the regulations are obeyed, not only in the letter, but in the spirit. And it was with that in mind that I took the liberty of consulting with them about a possible interpretation of those regulations which I felt might offer a solution to my dilemma. I turned dramatically to the little group of commissars, taking the opportunity to underline that it wasn't just me cheating Pereyita out of his firing squad, it was the commissariat itself. Again, gentlemen, I thank you, not only on my behalf, but on the behalf of the regiment I have the honor to serve with. I turned to Cassian and Brooklaw, who were observing proceedings from the side of the courtroom, and inclined my head to them too. I was laying it on with a trowel. I won't mind admitting it. I've always enjoyed being the center of attention when that doesn't involve incoming fire. A commissar's primary concern must always be the efficiency of the unit to which he is attached, I said, and, by extension, the battlefield effectiveness of the entire Imperial Guard. It's a heavy responsibility, but one we are proud to bear in the Emperor's name. The other commissars nodded in sycophantic self-congratulation. And that means I'm always loath to sacrifice the life of a trained soldier, whatever the circumstances, unless it's the only way to win His Glorious Majesty the victory he requires. I assume
you're eventually going to come to a point of some kind?
Pereyita interrupted. I nodded, as though he'd done me a favor instead of disrupting the flow of an oration I've been practicing in front of the mirror in my stateroom for most of the morning. Indeed I am, I said, and the point is this. My colleagues and I, no harm in reminding everyone again that this was a carefully contrived consensus, not just me, see no point in simply executing these troopers. Their deaths will win us no victories.
But the regulations,
Pereyita began. This time it was my turn to cut him off in full flow. Specified death is the punishment for these offenses. It doesn't just specify immediate death. I turned to the line of confused and apprehensive prisoners. It's the judgment of the Commiserate that you all be confined until it becomes expedient to transfer you to a penal legion, where an honorable death on the battlefield will almost certainly befall you in the fullness of time. In the interim, should a particularly hazardous assignment become available, you have the honor of volunteering. In either case, you can expect the opportunity to redeem yourselves in the eyes of the Emperor. I raked my eyes along the shabby little group again. Kelp and Trebek, their truculence mitigated by surprise, Holenby still bewildered by the turn of events, Velade almost sobbing with relief, and Sorel, still that blank expression, as though none of this mattered at all, dismissed. I waited until they'd shuffled out, assisted by the shock batons of the escorting provost, and turned back to Brigitte. Is that satisfying to you, Captain?
I suppose it'll have to,
he said sourly. Congratulations, Commissar! Cassine raised a glass of Amasek, toasting my victory, and the mess hall erupted around me. I smiled modestly, walking towards the table occupied by the senior officers, while men and women clapped and cheered and chanted my name, and generally carried on as though I was the Emperor himself dropping in for a visit. I half expected some of them to try patting me on the back, but respect for my position, or an understandable reluctance to get too close to Jurgen, who was dogging my heels as usual, or both, held them in check. I held up my hands for silence as I reached for my seat, between Castine and Brooklaw, and the room gradually fell quiet. Thank you all, I said, injecting just the right level of barely perceptible quiver into my voice, to suggest powerful emotion still narrowly in check. You do me too much honor for just doing my job. A chorus of denial and adulation followed, as I had known it would. I waved them to silence again. Well, if you insist. I waited for the gale of laughter to die down. While I have everyone's attention, and that's a refreshing novelty, for a political officer, more laughter. I had them in the palm of my hand now. I waved them to silence again, adopting a slightly more serious mind. I would just like to offer some congratulations of my own. In the short time I've had the privilege of serving with this regiment, you have all far exceeded my most optimistic expectations. The past few weeks have been difficult for all of us, but I can state with confidence that I've never served with a body of troops more ready for combat, and more capable of seizing victory when that time comes. With confidence, certainly. Truthfully, that was another matter entirely, but it had the desired effect. I picked up a glass from the table and toasted the room. To the 597th, a glorious beginning. The 597th! They all shouted, men and women alike, swept along by the cheap emotion and cheaper rhetoric.
Nicely done, Commissar,
Brooklaw murmured as I sat. The cheers were still deafening.
I believe you turned us into a proper regiment at last.
I'd done something a lot more important than that, of course. I established myself as a popular figure amongst the common troopers, which meant they watched my back if I was ever careless enough to find myself anywhere near the actual combat zone. Pulling them together into an effective fighting force was just a useful bonus. Just doing my job, I said as modestly as I could, which is what they all expected, of course, and they lapped it up. And not before time, Castian added. I kept my features carefully composed, but felt my good mood begin to evaporate.
We've had our orders?
Brooklaw asked. The colonel nodded, picking at her advent salad. Or ad-even salad. Some backwater dirtball called Gravilax. I've never heard of it, I said. Sorry for a second. Okay, we got to just... Editorial note. Given Kyne's complete and typical lack of interest in anything that doesn't concern him directly, the following extract may prove useful in placing the rest of his narrative in a wider context. It must be said that the book from which it comes isn't the most reliable of guides to the campaign as a whole, but it does, unlike most studies of the Gravilax incident, at least attempt to sketch in the historical background to the conflict. Despite the author's obvious limitations as a chronicler of events, his summing up of the casus belli is substantially correct. From Purge the Guilty and a partial account of the liberation of Gravilax by Stententius Logar, 085 .m42. The seeds of the Gravelax incident were sown many years before the full magnitude of the crisis were realized, and in retrospect it may well be easy to discern the slow unfolding of the abhuman conspiracy over the span of several generations. The historian, however, has a perspective of hindsight, which alas cannot be said of the actual participants. So rather than pointing an accusatory finger with righteous cries of, "How could they have been so stupid?" it behooves us more to shake our heads in pity, as we contemplate our forebears blind, stumbling in the very brink of destruction. It goes without saying that no blame can be attached to the servants of the Emperor, particularly those concerned with the ordering of His Divine Majesty's fighting forces, and the diligent adepts of the Administratum, and the ultima segmentum is vast, and the Damocles Gulf an obscure frontier sector. After the heathen tower put in their place by the heroic Crusader fleet in the early 740s, attention rightly shifted to more immediate threats: the incursion of the High Fleet Leviathan, the awakening of the accursed Necrons, and the ever-present danger from the traitor legions not least among them. Nevertheless, the Tau presence remained on the fringes of Imperial space, and all but unnoticed, they began once again to encroach on His Divine Majesty's blessed domains. Up until this point, Gravelax had been an obscure outpost of civilization, barely noticed by the wider galaxy. Enough of its landmasses were fertile to keep its relatively sparse population tolerably well fed, and it possessed adequate mineral reserves for such industry it supported. In short, it had nothing to attract any trade, and an insufficient population base to be worth tithing for the Imperial Guard. It was, to be blunt, a backwater devoid of anything of interest. If Gravelax thought it was to remain undisturbed indefinitely, however, it was sadly mistaken. Within a century of their drubbing at the righteous hands of the servants of the Imperium, the black-hearted Tau were back, spreading their poisonous heresies through the Gulf once more. When they first chanced upon Gravelax, no one knows, but by the turn of the last century of the millennium, they were well established there. It will come as no surprise to my readers, aware as we must be of the innate treachery of all aliens, that they had arrived at this pass by an insidious process of infiltration. Shocking though it is to record it, with the willing assistance of those whose greed and thoughtlessness made them the perfect dupes for this monstrous conspiracy, I refer, as you no doubt already guessed, to the so-called rogue traders. Rogues indeed, who would place their own interests above those of the Imperium, humanity, and the Divine Emperor himself. Severed paragraphs of an inflammatory but non-specific denunciation of rogue traders omitted. Logar seems to have had something of an obsession about their untrustworthiness. Perhaps one owed him money. How and why these pariahs of profit first began trafficking with the Tau, history does not record. What is certain is that Gravelax, with its isolated position on the fringes of Imperial space, and close to the expanding sphere of influence of these malign aliens, became the perfect meeting place for such clandestine exchanges. Inevitably, the corruption spread. As trade increased, it became more open, with Tau vessels becoming a common sight at the new and expanding starports. Tau themselves began to be seen on the streets of the Gravelaxian cities, mingling with the populace, tainting their human purity with their soulless alien ways. Heresy began to run rife, even ordinary citizens daring to use blasphemous devices unblessed by the tech priests supplied by their insidious off-world allies. Something had to be done, and at last it was. The rising stench of corruption eventually attracted the ceaseless vigilance of the Inquisition, which lost no time in demanding to dispatch a task force of the Imperium's finest warriors to purge this festering boil in the body of His Holiness Blessed Demensne. Demesne. And that's precisely what they got. For in the vanguard of his glorious endeavor, it was none other than Caiaphas Cain, a martial hero at whose very name the enemies of humanity trembled in fear. That's the end of Chapter 2.
By the way, the way you pronounce that, funnily enough, is domain. Not domain, domain.
That's domain.
But it's the same thing. Domain.
Oh,
so
the
it's
D-E-M-E-N-S?
It's D-E. It's D-E instead of D-O, effectively. It's pronounced the same way, just with a D instead of a D-O.
Yeah, fair enough. Yeah, I was not. That was a word I've never come across before, at least in that spelling.
Yeah, you come across it a lot, like if you play like CK2 or something like that, because that's literally domain size, but it's spelled like that.
Fair enough.
So
I'll keep that in mind for next time.
Yeah, just a fun little thing about words.
Immensely.
Another fun thing about the English language is that we actually have a word for the day after tomorrow.
Yeah.
Over Morrow?
Yeah, most people don't know that though.
Yeah. It's well, I mean, just look at it. It's like you're trying to spit out something when you say it.
Overmorrow.
Not exactly
Okay,
a popular
Scooby.
word. But yeah, I hope you two enjoyed chapter 2.
Yeah, I did.
I did.
I always love Caiaphas Cain.
And Sagan's
Oh, I just said I did enjoy it, yeah.
It also
Well,
helps
and
when
I
a
think
good
you-
bean is narrating it.
Well, I hope the voices weren't too grating on you.
Oh, this
Not
is
even
great.
close.
Yeah, getting some of those low, gruff voices can be a bit of a pain in the butt when I haven't actually done the proper vocal warm-ups on them.
Yeah, I feel that.
Yeah, fun story. And it only took them 2 chapters to turn them around. We still got
Yeah.
a lot of book left.
Well, I mean, it is Caiaphas Cain.
Ain't that the truth? Yep, sure thing, Zeppy Boo. Have yourself a good rest.
Sleep well, Zeppy.
But I think you said you were done, Soup?
Yeah. I'm gonna be
All right,
ahead and calling it for the evening.
I shall put away my book then.
Just currently working on figuring out what to do for some level up stuff. You know what? Sure. We'll make you a battle axe. We'll have you wield the battle axe there. And reset skills. Give you a fighting one.
I'll be back in a second.
Or thing.
All right. Yeah, that battle against one of the AI definitely left me wounded, but not defeated yet. I still got enough life left in me. But alas, this is where we will be calling it for this evening. So thank you everybody so much for joining us today for Age of Wonders 4. Check out our website, zgfgaming.com. We've got links for our Discord, Telegram, Twitter, Patreon, and more. They're on the website as well as down in the description below through our link tree. Thank you to my patrons, tippers, and subscribers. It is because of your support that I'm able to continue bringing these streams to you all. I really cannot do this without your guys' help and support, so thank you. Consider becoming a patron over at patreon.com/zgfgaming. It is one of the best ways to support the channel, though you can also do so by simply coming by and hanging out, as well as sharing the stream around, grabbing a model through our 3D artist, or by just subscribing to our YouTube. But for now, thank you all so much for joining, and I bid you the most fondest adieu.